And thank you so much for being here today. I greatly appreciate it. This is going to be a workshop, so a pretty laid-back experience. So if we want to start with our invocation and our pledge.
I'll do that.
You're going to do it?
I'll take care of that part.
Okay, thank you.
Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day. We thank you for our city and our community and a chance to gather, Lord, to exchange ideas and to hear what the citizens would like. And we thank you for a free country, Lord, where we can gather and even do this. Lord, I pray for the young men and women that are all over the world. The young man I heard from flying Apaches in Poland this morning, Lord. There's very real things going on in our world. There's parents with kids in harm's way, and we just pray that you protect them, Lord, and that you help restore our country to something that would honor you. Lord, I pray for what goes on. I thank you for the staff and this council, Lord, and their willingness to work for the betterment of our city. All these things we ask thankfully in the name of Christ. Amen. Amen. We can say the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And Madam Mayor, could I introduce one or two or three people here?
Yes,
that
please.
You may not know everybody.
Yeah, just introduce all of you, because there may be some people here who don't know you all yet.
This is Drew Bell on the end. She's been helping with front office and administrative duties. You know Stephanie Silva, you hired her, great hire by the way, as your city clerk. I'm Charlie Van Zant, your city manager. Fixing our audio visual in the back is Bo Wright. And I believe you guys know Garrett from Public Works.
Thank you. I'd also like to go around the room while we're kind of waiting to get our audio set up and ask everyone to introduce yourself and where you live to the crowd. Cool. Yeah, Carrie, sure.
I'm Carrie Morford. I'm the pastor at Mission of the Dirt Road, and I live at 6317 Denison, which is outside of the city limits.
Okay.
I'm Carrie Collins, and I own property in the city limits and pay taxes at 555 Southeast Palmetto.
And your Heritage Commission.
Is that the bed and breakfast?
Yes.
Yes.
It's called the Inn at Palmetto.
And she's also Heritage Commission. Yep. So, Mr. Wiggins?
Joe Wiggins, we started buying property in Keystone about 20 years ago. We have a couple of large parcels that are
Thank you, sweetie.
developed.
Did you get it?
And trying to get into it.
Great.
Dan Hildebrand, Lake Regional Water.
Welcome, Dan.
Elston Kessler, live 420 Palmetto.
Elston's going to be our next city council member come April, I believe.
It's going to be here in June.
Next.
Augustus Bird, 335 Southeast Lakeview.
Thanks for being here, Mr. Bird.
Thank you.
Evans Downey, 455 Lincoln Drive.
Nice to see you.
Jorge Figueredo, 560 Live Oak Avenue.
Hey, buddy. How are you? Good.
Christine Morrill, 505 Southeast Palmetto, across the street.
Excellent. Thanks, y'all. Again, thank you so much for being here. This is a pretty packed agenda. After looking what we came up with, we haven't had a workshop, since last fall? I'm going to propose that we start having them minimally every 2 months, but I'd like to see it once a month. We have a lot of things that we're kind of getting through, and I think if we're going to see any progress, we've got to hammer it out sooner than later. So, and also keeping the public more aware of things, but also taking it and just kind of make it a more simple agenda so that we can really drill down and make sure we get all the input from folks who are here, who want to ask questions, et cetera. So I think that might be a better idea to go once a month moving forward. Okay, so as you see, and do you all see the agenda? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. So Ms. Silva, roll call,
Mayor
please.
Gladrock,
Here.
Vice Mayor Thompson,
Here.
Councilman Hall. Oh, I'm sorry. Why did I say Hall? Lord have mercy. I'm sorry. Councilman Hart, Councilman Lewandowski,
Here.
and Councilman Brown.
Here.
I apologize. And I also forgot to put a public comment
portion in here, but we do have two. Would you like to address those?
Oh, yeah,
now?
let's go ahead. We can do that. Sure.
Could we have Jorge, and I'm going to say the Figueroa?
Close enough.
Thank you. If you can sit there, or we have the live mic here if you want it to be a little louder.
Whatever you guys, as long as I can be heard.
Let's use the microphone if we can, just so that it's recorded and people watching on YouTube later
I'm sorry,
can.
I'm gonna
That's-
give you my back. Okay?
That's all right.
No, it's okay.
Not polite.
I won't thump your ears or anything.
So Charlie, a question I have on the comment cards. Is there space for them to put their email address?
Yes, there is.
Yes, ma'am?
Okay,
I'll write that back. I didn't put it in.
Not a problem.
yeah, thanks.
All right.
So go ahead.
Where's my 3 minutes? Okay, here we go. Hi, everyone. My name is Jorge Figueredo. I live at 560 Live Oak Avenue. You probably know my wife, Natalie. We're the blue house on the corner of Live Oak and Lakeview Drive. It's her garden. It's her house. I just live there, and she allows me to, so.
It's a beautiful house.
But what I want to do is, I know I have 3 minutes, so I read the agenda, and I just want to hit bullet point by bullet point. And most likely, I'll follow up with an email to the council and the city manager and the clerk. The FMCA membership, I'm sure you're going to talk about that, and we'll get a better, I think I know, I've got a feel for what that is, but I'm sure you'll talk about that some more. The website renovations, Mr. Van Zandt, thank you. Stephanie, really thank you. It's looking great. I can't say enough good things about it. And really, I'm here because there's many exciting things happening in our little community of give or take 1,500 people. And I know my wife has addressed this in past meetings. We need to keep our constituents informed of what we're doing here. To that end, I am respectfully requesting that we send out regular mail, some sort of information regarding what we're doing here, when the meetings are held, how can you access the website if you don't have access to the website, which some people probably don't. Figure out a way to send it regular mail, just to get, we can't fit 1,500 people in this room, I get it, but I think everybody needs to know what's going on. And then I know we're into social media and so forth. The Pavilion Park project, I'm not sure, I know, not to point him out, but I know Evan talked about it in the last meeting. I think he said, and maybe I'm wrong here, but he wants leave it as is with one point in and out of the play area, which I don't have small children, but I had small children at one time. So you watch them like a hawk. They're your kids, and so just something to think about going forward. The Parks Master Plan, I saw the presentation. Unfortunately, I don't recall if they've ever downloaded that for access. You downloaded the presentation for the road work, which obviously needs to be done. And then basically, an overall thing, how are the changes, because they are exciting changes and, and we're looking towards the future and that's great, but how are these changes going to impact the residents? The residents need to know what we're doing and that they have a clear understanding, and so that, that falls on you folks to give them that so that they have a clear expectation of what they're looking at. And then I know we've received some funding from, I know Congressman Bean, I know I've spoken to him, and I know he's been in touch with you, Mr. Brown. And I understand that we have some grant money. And so I want to know, how is that money going to be used, and for how much do we have, and how is it going to be used? The other thing, regarding the parks thing, regarding the road thing, I know we only had two bids, 200,000 and 600,000, I believe. And I looked both of the contractors up. The 600,000 bid, he's a general contractor, so I'm going to assume that he's going to farm out the work because it's really a civil contractor's job. And conversely, the bid, and I forget the company name, the bid for 200,000, they are a civil contractor. But normally, I've been in the business, in construction business, as a construction manager for 25 years. And I think that we need to go forward, not just with two bids, but a minimum of three bids, and to be able to level the bids when they come in, because you want to make sure that everybody's bidding apples to apples. And sometimes, in my experience, and I know some of the people here that are in construction will tell you that construction is about interpretation of the scope, you know. So, you know, basically like to see the format with three bids and so forth, and then find out if we're going forward, so forth on that. The famous corner with the Chinese restaurant, I know that I saw the meeting, the gentleman came in, he was very cooperative, he's willing to sell. So I'm all for that. Let's do something, and that'll be part of the road work, because that's a dangerous intersection there at 121. So I'm all for whatever needs to be done. Obviously, demoing the building, I don't know if there are any environmental concerns, you know, but I know you folks have talked about the new city hall incorporating the building with City Hall, the library, and the tax collector's office. But I would say to you, at the very least, get an architect to come in and put together at least conceptual drawings, because if this is what you want to do, you're going to need a lot of parking, and you're going to compromise these beautiful green areas that we have and that everybody in the community enjoys. So I would, you know, take that into account. In my mind, and I don't know, I haven't walked the interior of this building, but in my mind, I think we need to look at gutting the building, refurbishing it, and also refurbishing the exterior to match the historical aspects of the city. Again, we have to take into account that if we do that, then, you know, we need to know what's going to happen to the library building. There's a beautiful tree right there that I know hopefully will be designated as a historical, however that is, and you know, I wouldn't like to see that tree gone. And then obviously, yeah, you'll clue us in as to what's happening with, however you want to call it, the Chinese restaurant, the corner, or so forth. And you know, and the last thing that I want to say is anything that's happening in the county. For example, I know that we have the issue with the airport, and as I understand it, that's coming down as a referendum. So I would respectfully ask that everything going forward that impacts the residents be put out as a referendum, so that the people can decide and vote whether or not they want to go forward with these things, because they affect all of us. I am of the school of, I lived in Miami for 50 years. I got away from Miami because of the craziness. I love this town. This is a beautiful town. I love the people. The people are great. And I'm of the school of, it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I'm willing and I'm open to hear ideas. So that's what I got. And thank you very much for taking the time to listen to me, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Ms. Carrie Collins?
And so, George, thank you so much. And I think today you will get a lot of answers to the things that you commented about.
Great.
And if there are certain things that we did not address directly, I'll be certainly happy to chat with you
Okay.
to clarify.
Absolutely.
Because there's a lot of misunderstanding and
Agreed.
misinformation out
Agreed.
there.
Agreed.
And I want to make sure that's one of the goals of this today, is to clarify details.
Absolutely.
Okay? Thank you very much. Who is next, Ms.
I'm sorry,
Stephanie?
this is Carrie Collins. Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are you? It's kind of awkward to be facing this way and not the council.
So just do your own thing.
When you see the videos or any of these, you'll see why. This room is a disaster on the setup.
It's been this way a long time, so it definitely could use some improvement.
Without a doubt.
So, good morning. How's everyone today?
We're good.
Nice early wake-up call, so I'm thankful for that. I'm not generally a morning person. I haven't had my coffee, so but I'm happy to be here nonetheless. And I'll just run down the agenda too. That was a great idea. So I know I was specifically going to talk to the Parks Master Plan, but I can run through the agenda as well. I noticed on topic 1 was social media, and I just heard you say, Madam Mayor, about misunderstanding and misinformation. So I would just say that the First Amendment is one of our greatest protections, and it's in our Bill of Rights, the Constitution, for a reason. And that when, just from a big picture concept, for me, the perception of when a government entity goes to monitor people's comments, it doesn't build the optics of trust and honesty. What it builds is that there are unilateral decisions that are seeking to be made, and people don't want open and honest conversation in a public forum. So I'm just going to let you know that straight out.
I know that.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So that's my opinion straight out. So I'm glad you already understand that. The website renovations, they look great already as far as the improvements. I know there's not been any actual renovations so far, but as far as you guys doing a job with the city manager and the city clerk, they've been doing a great job. You can see like immediate improvement, and that builds transparency. So when people can get online and look, it builds transparency 100%. And so when we get down to the Parks Master Plan, so the only Parks Plan I've seen on the website is the one that was put forward by the same people that did the SMART Plan. Is that correct? Okay. So in that Parks Plan, what you saw was, at least for this park right here, was that they had put a city building here in place of the tennis and basketball courts. Is that correct?
That's what they did.
That's what the plan is.
Okay.
Yes. That's what their plan was.
Right. So that the city downloaded onto their website, the people presented, so that's their plan. So there's no misinformation about that. That's facts.
That's not fact, that's the proposed plan.
Yeah.
It's a proposed plan by them.
By
Okay, but it's still a fact in the sense of that the city hired someone to do a plan. This was their proposed park plan, and that's a fact.
Okay.
That was their proposed plan, correct?
Yes, it's a fact, okay? It's not anyone's opinion, it's a fact that they did a plan. The plan was to put a city building on the tennis and basketball courts, and that's a fact. That's not misinformation. That's a
Not
fact.
set in stone.
Okay, I get that, but it's not misinformation or disinformation. It's a fact.
So just to back up, that presentation was first seen by us in early January at our meeting, our council meeting. It's the first time we've ever seen any of that plan, proposed plan, that was given to them conceptually last fall on this is, what if we did this? Take a look at what we have, come up with a plan that might be a workable plan, and then we'll drill it out. That's all that's been done.
Okay,
And all she did was share her plan, is what you said, which did not become public information until January.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, but that plan, when you look at it, and that proposal, 200 pages of glossy material just didn't materialize out of the air.
She created a plan, and this is the first time we've seen it. And that 200 pages is the entire agenda, not just the plan for the park.
Well, it was closer to 300, but it was like 100 and something for, I'm not going to get into the details of that.
Okay.
But it might have been the first time that it was seen in print, but.
It was the first time seen in print, absolutely.
Okay. It was not the first time that it had been discussed. And can I speak? It's my public comment.
No, go
I have
ahead. I'm
3
just trying to
minutes,
ask you
okay?
answer
I mean,
questions
I'm
as you're
happy
coming
to
along.
debate. I'm happy to debate all day long. It doesn't matter.
I'm not trying to debate, Carrie.
Okay, no, I'm just
clarifying, that's all.
Okay, that is what I'm doing as well, clarification. So when
Okay.
you talk about misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation, that is not the complete picture.
I'm not necessarily talking. Go ahead.
Okay.
You go ahead and do your,
May I suggest we add 3 minutes to your time?
Sure.
we'll be here
Thank
all
you.
day.
I appreciate that, Steve.
It's okay.
Well, we started at 8 a.m., so we've got plenty of time. So I myself wrote an email, and I put it on to all the city council, kind of doing a chronological step of how the discussion about the city building was being put out for like a proposed bid. And that all started back in September. So, and that was also all on the city website and the city agenda and in the minutes. The minutes aren't 100% up to date, but that's a long time, and that's no fault of the current staff on board. Like I said, we've seen immediate improvement. So I'm just going to move away from that and just talk about why I don't want to see the tennis and basketball courts removed. And those reasons are because the founding of the city and how it was established, you can see it in the reflection of the zoning. This is all recreational. Recreational at the beach, recreational here, recreational across the street where the Keystone Inn was. And that's how the city was laid out and founded. And these were, and I think we've had pictures posted and whatnot, but these were all tennis courts. I'm not averse, in my personal opinion, to redoing this whole area here into something obviously recreational for the kids of the city, because the largest percentage of the citizens, and you know this as well, Madam Mayor, are 21 and under. And when you take that out, you're doing a disservice to this community. So what I'm here to advocate, and I know it's just a workshop, but I'm not here all the time, and I only have a limited amount of time, obviously, today, and also in general to state my opinion. So I appreciate that you guys are willing to engage in debate in this workshop, and I think that that's important. So thank you for being willing to do this once a month as well. I could talk about a few other things, but that's the basis of really what I wanted to talk about was the parks plan. And I'll just end on this. I grew up here, which is why I'm passionate about this. And I hope you can all respect that, whether you agree with me or not. I have an invested interest in this city. I own property in the city limits. I own property outside the city limits. And there are lots of people who may not own property in the city limits, but who have a vested interest in this city as well. And I feel like, in a way, I speak for them. But what we have is unique and special, and you all recognize that, right? Which is why you're here. Sorry, I'm gonna have a little drink of water. But if we don't protect that, I'm not saying it can't be improved. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that we can't do new things. But if we don't protect that, it's gone, and you can never go back. You all moved here for a reason. Maybe not you, maybe your parents were here, so you had no choice. But, so I know sometimes it may seem we, aren't paddling together in the boat, but we are all in the same boat. And just because we have a difference of opinion doesn't mean we're not still all in the same boat, paddling together. But what we have is unique and special, and if we don't be intentional, we aren't intentional about that, it's going to be gone, and we will never get it back. So that's what I came here to say.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Do you guys have anything you want to add? No? No?
It'll come up in the workshop.
Yeah, it will.
Okay.
You good, Tony?
Yep.
Okay, great. So, before I start this, there's a lot that's happened in 6 months. And really, this is all based on the past 6 months with a lot of, I put out the information that came out late fall last year, for example. And that's some of the reasons to address the subject matter that we have in the agenda. Also, things about the website, we're going to go through those details. So I have listened and I have done the research to try to propose what I think conceptually are good ideas to move forward in the right direction, okay? So I want you all to know that we are all listening to what you're saying. It's just we do have a process that we have to follow, and there's some things that have happened before that we need to we're seeing stuff a lot of times now, too, for the first time. So, we're still in the very beginning stages of some of these subject matters that we're going to chat about today. So I did put together a presentation because I feel like it's easier to communicate when people can visualize, and I'm sorry if you can't read it directly, but that hopefully will be something addressed very soon. Because I think as an attendee here, it's really challenging to attend these meetings and really see and be engaged on everything that's going on. Let's see here, I'm trying to go to the next slide. Can I go to the next slide, please? Oh, shoot. That goes to the agenda are you all? Okay, great. Okay, so the subject matters you saw today and you've read through is going to be social platforms, which has to do with municipality communications, and there is a process that we are required to follow. Just like Ms. Collins mentioned, there are rules in place for all of us, especially with the thing about freedom of speech, okay? Our website, more user-friendly. It is not user-friendly. I want a third grader to be able to operate our website, and that is not the case, even as it sits right now. It has improved some, but visually I want changes to be done with that. Pavilion Park update, that is my task force. I'm going to move that to next month because I'm still waiting on some additional data, and I'm not going to get into it until I have the correct data to share.
Just to clarify, is that the beach?
Yes,
Okay.
with the vandalism issues.
Okay.
Right. 2024 events, what do we have on task right now that we're looking at that the city is sponsoring and things that Charlie and Stephanie and the crew have been looking at and considering for this year? Also, the Heritage Commission, and the reason I bring this up, their field trip is a request that they have made of us. The Parks Master Plan, the corner, of course, of 100 SR 21, and then also a City Hall meeting room facelift. Next slide. No, thank you. Excellent. As I mentioned, social media, and when I was referring to social media, I'm talking about some statements that were made last fall that were based on a workshop perception and also local meeting that someone in the group decided to take it out of context because a lot of things stated were not necessarily true or they were misunderstood, okay? In the future, I want us to be able to address those things that we feel are appropriate to address. We do not want false information out there. It's true, you can disagree or agree on whatever you're talking about, but I'm also about presenting the facts as they are stated. And unfortunately, some of those facts got misconstrued and made public behind an anonymous person, which is fine. That's what they want to do, that's fine. But in the future, I do feel it's important to clarify, and there's just certain things. So I did attend Florida League of Cities has this, it's an arm of them, like I'm a member of the Florida League of Mayors. And it's mayors representing all 411 municipalities in the state. I'm now on their board of directors, which is a group of about 45 or 50 individuals from the different districts. And then we get together and talk about ongoing things together on a routine basis. But so I attended one of their meetings that they shared for us to learn about, and it had to do with communications and social media. Found out that there is a group called, and can you go to the next slide, please? Nope. My thing here is not wanting to work right for me. What happened? Okay, it's called it's the Florida Municipal Communications Association, and it's a professional network of individuals who provide communications, leadership, and support in the Florida cities, towns, villages. They offer communications, professionals opportunities to learn, share, and develop innovative solutions for the municipalities they serve. And the nice thing is, it is open to any person employed by a Florida municipal government who performs communications functions in the regular course of his or her official duties, including public information, messaging, public relations, public affairs, community relations, social media, print and digital media, multimedia communications. To join it, it's $100 per member, which I have already joined. And I'm going to encourage Mr. Van Sant's staff, he can appoint who he wants, to be that person who is our point person for communications from this city hall, and any of our council members who choose to be part of it. We are at all times in the public face. I mean, whether it's outside in the park, it could be in a grocery store, it could be that we're looking, and really social media is important because you do learn a lot from it, and you do get a pulse of what the community thinks as a whole. And it can cause you to say, well, you know, we need to look into that, right? So I'm very supportive of social media, but I'm also supportive of what, you know, things being misunderstood. And, you know, when I say clarify, I mean, here are the facts. This is how we know what the facts are, and what you're perceiving those are, that is not correct. And you can make your decision after you know those facts, but obviously you've been shared something that is not true, okay? And that's all I want to do is, like I say, I want to be transparent, whether it's something you decide you like or not. And, you know, I think nobody does it better than Sheriff Cook. She will clarify if something is put out there that is not correct. Somebody takes a situation that, you know, could be a, you know, legal situation or a law situation going on. She will come out and clarify right at that moment so the public knows. You know, it could be something like, oh, this place got blown up. Well, no, that didn't happen, right? And it is about timing also. So I feel like we all can learn about the correctness of doing this, and this format is the ideal way to do it. They also have a way to learn about archiving what we have stated publicly, which is important for us to do as well. So I think it's a good avenue to learn, and I'm going to be on every one of those educational platforms as they come about.
Can I just ask a question?
Sure.
Are you stating that law enforcement is going to be monitoring our social media?
I did not say that. No, I don't think did I say that? I don't think did I say that?
Sheriff Cook? No.
I use Sheriff Cook as an example of, she is a good example of responding to social media that is incorrect. Her style, the way she does it. She has a rumor, I'll put it, that comes up, and it's creating fear in the public or toxic, whatever. She addresses with the correct information.
So you're saying not law enforcement in general, just the sheriff?
She does it. It's her. She answers every one of those on her own.
Okay. So
I'm just saying that I like her style of the way she does it. And to me, we have not responded to any kind of social media except for maybe a few comments. I think there's a better way to go about doing it in a correct way, okay? I just used her as an example of a good leader and how she manages social media. Okay, see, there you go. It's misunderstanding and clarification. And I appreciate you asking that question. So anyway, I did go ahead and join that, and I think I actually have a seminar already that they've sent me to attend. Let me get down here.
Before we move on to the
Yes.
next, could I make a couple of comments, please? Carrie, to your point, First Amendment, and Joe knows this, lawyers will sue anybody, anytime, at a drop of a hat. there's been some litigation involving where cities have gotten involved with having a website or basically a public forum. Once you open it up to a public forum, you can't shut somebody off because First Amendment covers government action. That would be government action. We get sued. So we have to be very careful. And Madam Mayor, I know you're aware of that. So we have to kind of tread lightly on that. And if you're going to open it up, you better be prepared to get all points of view, unless they're illegal. But that's rare. Second thing you mentioned, archiving. I think we're required to archive anything because of public records. Point person, I would suggest that we nominate Charlie. Require that Charlie be the person. If we want to comment, we go through Charlie, and then Charlie, you could delegate to the clerk if you chose to do so. That would be my recommendation. And as far as opening up something online, obviously council people can't engage. They shouldn't because of the sunshine law.
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I got a frog in my throat. That's all I have.
And I just want to, since you mentioned, I would like to just clarify, workshops such as this are public, correct? Okay.
Yes. Right.
We're all public.
Yep.
Right,
Everything
okay.
we do.
Okay.
Yes.
So when you're talking about workshops and things being misinterpreted and whatnot, like, all those workshops are public, that there's minutes and people can go back and watch and.
Yes, this is noticed and
Okay.
open.
I'd like to add to,
Sure, please do.
Steve, I agree. Many years ago, I was told by the mayor, Archie Green, to always think before you talk. And nowadays, it's always think before your fingers start typing. I agree, we need to have one contact person, and that should be our manager. If we have any input, we should get with the manager if something comes up like it did, instead of everybody, I have a habit of when I get upset, I might say something I don't want to say and I regret it later. So I think when something like this comes up, I think it needs to be one person, and that should be our manager.
Yep.
I agree. You got any thoughts, Dan?
No, I'm with everybody. Yep, I'm good.
And really what I loved about this training that I attended on this, I didn't know anything about it till I heard about it. They went into all the details of what we need to be aware of. And the whole purpose of this is not only to educate us, but to coach us on the proper process. And they will have ongoing events even at the Florida League of City meetings, and also a lot of Zoom-type educational events. And I felt like for the money, it was worth it to me to be part of that. Just so I know too, anytime we're in any kind of setting at all, just knowing how to respond, So anyway, I want to share that with you all on something I feel important that we need to consider. The next slide, please. The website. I have heard so many comments about the website. I personally when I became mayor, I too couldn't find things. It was frustrating. And again, as we went on through the year and it got more challenging, and so I felt like it was important. Some of the issues are it's not user-friendly, it's not intuitive. There's a lack of visual stimulation for the information. A lot of folks, sometimes simplicity is not always better. You want to see like a picture of something and touch it to take you somewhere. So I look at something, a multifunctional type of a setup. So some of the needs and goals here, of course, is like Carrie said, and it's building trust. It is our real opportunity to stay in touch with our community. There's so many opportunities there, and it has to be a solid platform. It's very important. It's an extension of our city administration. It's telling you everything that's going on with us, the new people, what their new jobs are. You guys come in here and you feel like, God, I never saw that person before. Where'd they come from? And we've had a lot of changes, honestly, in the last several months. But I'm really looking forward to us being able to keep our team that we have going and know that they have really great ideas and plans moving forward. Communications, the agendas, minutes, etc. We want easier access. I'd like to see them separated out of that big agenda packet. It's really difficult. It's like like Carrie said, it's several hundred pages long, and you got to flip through all these details, and plus you can't detach it and just look at it separately. You know what I'm saying? So it makes it, to me, that's really challenging. And again, I mentioned the whole thing about visual stimulation. I want it to be interactive, easy to navigate, clean and simple. I went and researched several websites in the U.S., and their websites based on their population. How do they communicate with their, we're not at Jacksonville, we're not St. Augustine. We are 1,553 citizens as of January 2024. And I want to make sure that we do have that unique opportunity because we are a small group, and there's no reason for us to not keep it simpler. So that says 1529, but it's actually now 1553. I think we've grown by 25 people since last year, which is pretty amazing. So one of the websites I went to, the next slide, please. And then beyond, that's ours, and then the next one after that. This is, these were I'm picked one of the 5. Out of the United States, these 5 cities were picked by Washington, D.C. with looking at websites, and they based it on things like I mentioned. How user-friendly is it, simplified, is it intuitive? All these categories like I just mentioned. And this was one of the top 5 cities in the United States selected, with a population of 1,072 residents, Colts Neck Township in Virginia. And again, it's things about the visual, and you just see a few little things here where it's showing, we have like little tabs at the top there where it shows, town budget, town code, comprehensive plan, make a payment. Down below it shows town calendar, business resources, permitting, like pictures. And when you open those up, it goes to a list of items. The next slide, please. And I don't like this one because it's a little busy, but it does give you what the town highlights and what's going on and what to stay up to date on. And all they'd have to do is they say, okay, January 12th, we're doing this. April 10th, we're doing this. It goes down the line, and then it's a link that takes you exactly to the description of the details, okay? Basically, it's a point and click based on visual acuity, okay? And let's see, let's go to the next slide, please. I will have to say one of them's right in our backyard, and that is in Willaca. And if you go to their website, they have 744 residents. Visually, you see right off a calendar. You see utility payments, which I don't know if we have that, but we have minutes, agendas. All this is like separate. You see that? Newsletters, Facebook page, all again on one website. Point and click, right? Next slide, please. Now you see, if you pointed the calendar, this is what you would see. That little picture, remember, I'm going to take you through a little process. That little square picture of the icon on the previous page, point and click that calendar, this is what you see, and you point and click, you can see, oh, okay, I have the calendar, now I can see the dates versus agenda packet. You follow me? I'm trying to contrast it to what we have. They've pulled it out, and everything's kind of its own little bucket based on where you want to go. Next slide, please. Now, if I want to go to minutes and agenda, okay? And we keep going down the line. Minutes and agenda. Under that, you see minutes. It's showing the charter review, their code board, historical preservation board, town council meetings, tree board, zoning board, agendas, and it goes right down the same list. Every one of those you point and click, and you go to exactly what you're trying to find. I'm not saying we do it exactly like this, but I think our situation warrants getting a few bids on some vendors to give us a little more creativity for us. What works best for Keystone Heights with some of this input. And I don't know, I just think the simplicity of it, and it'll really answer a lot of questions for residents. Because like I said, I want a third grader to be able to navigate our website and go to exactly what they're trying to find. And, that way I think it really kind of covers everybody's needs. And, we'll probably have a whole separate workshop just talking about exactly specifically what is most important to you to look at, right, before we would create it. Because we would want to get public's input on the creation of it if we're going to invest the money in doing it. So that was kind of, any thoughts, you guys?
I think you're focusing on a service to the people in the city and surrounding area, which is very important. But I think there's another other aspect to this, and you only have one chance to make a good first impression. I mean, that's
You're exactly
that's
right.
it. So if you've got a corporate headhunter or location hunter from Seattle, Washington wanting to relocate, they're going to go to our website, and if they can't figure it out in the first 10 or 15 seconds, they're going to move on. Joe, I think you know this too. If you only have one chance to make that good first impression, and locators are not going to spend a great deal of time, especially if there's no infrastructure and there's no story. So I would suggest that when we revamp this, we might want to work with the TDC a little bit and the tourism office to get some suggestions from them. And people also, if they're going to relocate, move. That's where they're going to go first. So you want to tell a very quick, precise story. Give them the information they want. It can be intuitive. In fact, it should be. But it also has to have content, and I think that's what you're suggesting. And any new businesses, say in this area, that want to say open up something here, this will tell them a story. So I think we have to view this as an outreach project as well.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, like you mentioned, people come and look at it. When we were launching for the recruiting of city manager position, we went national. And I thought, okay, I'm going to apply. And I'll see how hard this is to do. And honestly, it was a little complicated. I couldn't get a copy of I couldn't download or access the application. And so we did have, and it might have been even when you did it, Stephanie, couldn't get a hold of the application to send in. So we had some people just send in a resume. But we really wanted to compare apples to apples. So I'm like, no, there's no excuse for this. Things have got to be simpler, you know. So I really feel the need to do it, and I think community will appreciate it when we do it. So, yes, Joe.
Yeah, so a third graders are pretty astute these days. So.
No kidding. That's why I picked third graders.
60-year-old easily ask.
Oh, my gosh. I'm telling you, that is absolutely the truth. And, you know, Steve and I just presented to third graders out at McCray Elementary last year, and they shocked the mess out of us, didn't they?
Sharp bunch of kids.
We were very sharp. So, you know, I think if they can do it, we may even get the principal to pick one and say, come help us, give us some directions, or let you show us where you can find things, right? So anyway, I think it's a good idea and a good investment into the effort there, and I think it needs to be done. So just if y'all hear stuff going on with that, that's what we're looking into. No decisions yet.
Can I add
Yes,
that
sir.
I would really like to see a community calendar,
I
not just a
agree.
city calendar.
I agree.
So
Right.
when we have the sunrise service on the beach,
I agree with that,
I
too.
would love to see that on our calendar.
Yeah.
And anything that is community, nonprofit oriented should be on this calendar.
And you know, you bringing that up, and I've mentioned that already to several citizens, that we need to support community events at a much higher level.
Yes.
We need to own them and embrace them. You know, I don't care what their situation is, they're doing something, we need to promote it. And or support, just stand behind it and say, hey, look at this, let people know about it. If they can go to centralized area and they look at it and they say, oh, I didn't know that was going on today. And even community things, like I was just meeting with the mayors last week when we had our, at our meeting there for the presentation about, you know, how Clay County is doing today, a large meeting that we attended. And I talked to the other mayors. I'm getting ready to start meeting them on a regular basis and knowing about their events, and they will share our events, you know, same thing. So we're going to get on the same page with each other, and we all know what's going on. Like I know that Penny Farms is having their farm day coming up on the 23rd of March. So, you know, I think it's important because we're all like those little small towns, and we need to support each other. I think it's very important.
It's important
idea.
too
Great comment.
It's important too to inform the people as to what's going on. We have an official community band, which I'm involved in, and I think I gave Charlie an updated schedule. So if that could be snuck in there somehow, we're planning on 4 concerts this year. Probably most of them will be at the pavilion. That's just an example of what I think, because it is something and the important to the community, and also we're outreaching to Clay County. Our first concert will involve the Clay County Public Library System. We're going to basically endorse them and so on. So it's sort of a co-op thing between us and Clay County. So that type of thing should be broadcast out to the people.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's just a matter of getting everyone to tell us about their events so we can be aware of it. Next is our 2024 city events. And so far, I know that we have this North Florida League of Cities dinner that's going to be here at the park, hosted by City of Keystone Heights on April 18th. May 10th through the 12th, we're going to be hosting the Motor Surf again, which has really been a big event here. May 11th, we're going to have another Spring Fling from 10 till 4. July 4th is our Country Day. May 27th is Memorial Day Cemetery Service. October 26th, Boo on the Boulevard. November 11th, Veterans Day Ceremony. December 14th is a Christmas Parade. We're going to be doing the Village of Trees again, and thinking we're going to be trying to amp up our Christmas activities this year, I hope. And then December 14th, Wreath Across America.
Mayor, can I go back to the first one
Yes, sir.
for the dinner?
Yes.
And I don't recall, I think we did. Is it possible that we could close the beach for this dinner, for a private event? That way we don't have people just walk, because we use the picnic tables and everything, because it's an open air thing.
How did we do it last time? I'm trying to remember.
I've told Charlie, I said, I can't remember.
I don't remember.
Last year?
Did we close it?
No, we did not.
Yeah, when
No.
I know the
I'm
first
saying.
year we did it, Motor Surf was going on, so it was all open and we had people and we were participating in that. But then last year, I just cannot recall if we closed the gates where it's just a private event.
We issued armbands for the people that were.
Part of the League of Cities?
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't remember.
Okay. All
We
right,
had a aloha theme.
right.
Can we
Okay.
do that? Can we do that, though? Close the beach
If we
for
can,
that event?
if we can, I know we've closed the beach for work days and stuff like that, but, I mean, it's something we might want to talk to Rich about, if we can legally.
If I may, on the 4th of July, I don't go in there on the 4th of July when they do fireworks. That's just a personal preference, haven't done it in years. But what you do is at about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, at some point late afternoon, you clear the beach, you have Public Works guys go in, clean up the trash, all that kind of stuff. And then you have your little table, the Florida League of Cities or whomever you want to have a private event for. You own it. I'm not playing a lawyer on TV, so if you want to shut it,
I'm about
you can. And then anybody that has an armband can come in for that private event from 5:30
Certain period
to
of time.
8, and then we just reopen it the next morning after we clean it up.
Well, instead of, I mean, everybody's issued a name badge
Correct.
when they come in, so we really don't probably need armbands, but if
Yeah.
you don't have a badge, you're not part of the event,
Yeah,
so.
because they give them that when they register,
Right.
when they walk in.
Right.
Charlie, I totally agree with you. It's owned by the city. We can open and close it. People don't have a vested interest to 24 hours access. We can set the hours. That would be my opinion.
However, since this is a workshop, I think it should be added to the
Yes.
agenda for Monday, so we can vote on that.
Great.
Okay. Next slide.
And just for the community calendar, December 21st is going to be the tour homes that the Heritage, well, actually the Garden Club is going to put it on for the Heritage Commission.
December 21st, Carrie?
Did you guys decide, I'm blanking on the hours. Was that gonna start at 10 in the morning until 4?
Yes, or 3. I think 10 to 3.
So it's going to be a daytime tour?
Yes.
What's the date on that again? I missed that.
December 21st, from 10 a.m. to 3, they're gonna do the walking, or no, it's the.
It's a walking tour, and it'll start at the pavilion, and then I think it'll be 2 homes on Lakeview, come up Palmetto, it'll be the inn, and then Christine's home, and then go across the street and go to Magnolia, and then Deirdre, and then finish at your house.
Is it going to be an inside tour or just?
Yes.
Okay.
Downstairs, bottom floor only.
Huh?
Downstairs only.
Bottom floor only, yeah. So this is the first time, we talked about this for years. to open up our homes to the public, for them to see like you see.
We've done it in the past.
We did?
We've done
I just know since I've lived here. Kind of like you see in some of the other cities, but it'll be an inside tour of these homes for the holiday,
It's gonna
offered
be,
to the community.
modeled on the St. Augustine tour homes, their Christmas tour homes, which
Pressure's on.
Deirdre's done a great job. She goes every year. And then the Garden Club, which she has affiliation with, is going to take on doing the tickets with a QR code, and it's going to be very well done. So they're going to sell tickets. And the Garden Club, I think they want to use the money for scholarships for the kids at the high school.
Are you planning on having docents that can give a little history of the house as people
Yes.
come in?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll be, I think that'll be important to do.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Or may I ask a
Sure.
question? I know I can.
Come on there, Chris.
The community calendar issue. I don't know, I don't know why the city would take that on, since we are a Keystone community. We have the Friends of Keystone Heights group that should be aware of all the community goings-on in this town. Would that be something that would be, instead of the city doing all these calendars, why can't the Friends of Keystone Heights do the community calendar, since they're meeting and they know everything that's going on in the community, besides what the city's putting on?
The Friends could do that, but right now, we're focusing on the Centennial, and that's the biggie. That's the elephant in the room.
Well, I mean, that would be just one.
No, it could be done.
One person.
Right, it's a
Yeah.
volunteer group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, I'm just saying right now, our focus is the Centennial.
Okay.
We might be stretched a little thin,
But
that's my point.
my question would be, and I understand where you're going, but I'm that second grader. I'm not even a third grader. I would think that, how would they have access to putting that onto our website? I mean,
It wouldn't necessarily be on our website, it would be on maybe their own Facebook page.
But most people don't even know that group exists.
Well, that's where you get the word out.
Well, right now, the Friends.
Just like we have to get the word out to the
So where
citizens.
do you put it? Do you put it on the city website to go to their website?
Or you make it a public forum Facebook.
We could, right now, the Friends just has a private group.
Well, then that would have to change if
Because
they
we're in
were
the
going to be-
organizational phase. At some point, we will.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
will have to go public.
Yes.
Can I
Yeah.
address the council?
Yes.
It is not too terribly hard to update our calendar as we see it. I don't see any harm or foul, being a person in the community, having multiple areas where these things are issued. I think it builds community, and for us to put it off on, if we have the information, there's no reason why we can't put it on there.
Okay.
And we touch base with all these different community events, and these people come in and get permits or rent pavilions. We know about them. There's no reason why we can't put them out there for the community to know
Okay, I
about
was
that
just
community.
thinking.
I don't think it's
that-
gonna be that hard, and it may overlap whenever you guys are done with the Centennial, but I think that's a blessing of people being able to search it on different areas and find the information.
Okay, thank you.
There will be a number of events tied in with Centennial. We're trying to have one group cover one each month, so we're going to have something going on every month next year. And at that point, we will be public. So if somebody wants to feed us some information that's relevant to what we're doing, that's fine. We'll broadcast it.
I got one more question.
Sure,
about
please.
about the website thing. Community, would that involve like the High Ridge Initiative? What's going on out there? If they have a community event there, would that be allowed to come on to?
Yes.
That would, okay.
Even though that's not in the city limits?
Yeah, I even mentioned Penn Farms. I mentioned events
Yeah.
that are local that folks might have an interest in. You know, in the past, I know we've kind of kept it in our little 1.2 square mile, but these folks come into our community and do all kinds of things, and they eat here, they visit our stores, all those things. And you've got folks who are just coming into town who don't know about our boundaries, right? So there are events that happen locally that people might be interested in doing. Stark has their Strawberry Festival. You know what I mean? I think it's all about us being kind of one to some degree. And again, these other towns are going to share what things we have going on, okay? So I think that's important. I think the more you see like that, the more it encourages people like, wow, I think I want to go there and visit. I want to think about, what is it? Brandon told me we had 7,000 hits on the city last year during July 4th throughout the day. 7,000 plus people liked or were here, checked in as being here. They were not from Keystone Heights, 1.2 square miles. So I think it's just important that we kind of change our attitude about that a bit and share that knowledge, that information.
I don't think we've always been completely parochial. I think we have kind of viewed us as sort of the center of a community,
Yeah.
which is outside the city limits. I had a realtor friend who used an expression, one hand washes the other.
That's right.
So
That's
to
exactly
your
right.
point,
Yep.
if we advertise somebody else, they're going to advertise us.
That's right.
Simple business.
Well, Clay County Tourism Board puts their.
And they do too.
They put the community calendar out all the time and what's going on in Clay County for the weekend.
Right.
So they do a really good job.
They do, but they can't know everything too,
No,
right?
nothing.
And the thing, I've been here, like people come in and say, hey, can you mind sharing this information? It's a central place that people know that they at least can get someone. A lot of folks don't have any idea who Friends of Keystone even is. So the whole point is, I think at some point they can do, and they can be a collaborative effort. But I think for now, we've got to go, and we've got some really savvy people now working with us that know how to do these things. This has not necessarily been the way it's been. So they're very specialized, and they know exactly how to do it and where to go to do it, okay?
Just
So
for the-
that's a real advantage.
For the people that might not be aware, Friends of Keystone Heights, Florida, Inc. is a corporation, non-stock, nonprofit, that we set up about 2-3 years ago, but the main focus right now is the Centennial. It's not affiliated with the city, it's a freestanding group. And the group is always looking for volunteers. So if there's anybody here who might be interested in getting together, we meet once a month at the pavilion. So talk to me afterwards.
Mayor?
Yes.
I have another one.
No, please do.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we're talking about the website and everything, and I was told back when we put this device on our property, I stopped there and read it. But my understanding, that was strictly for us, for meetings and stuff like that. Would this council be, have a thought of maybe, on this community stuff that's going on, that we put more information on that with the community, where people that are coming through, or people like me that just stop and read it?
Stop and read what now?
Our digital board. I know that's a little extra work for staff, but I mean, you just type it on there, I guess, and then send it to the, I don't know. That's way beyond my knowledge, but that's what we do, okay? But I mean, I asked about that when we got it, and it was pretty much where we just kept on our meetings and stuff like that. But there is a lot that does go on, like our baseball, our football, anything at the school, or anything that goes around. If somebody wants to put something on there, if they gave it to us, would we be all right with posting that on there? Because if you go through, like, I know that the school just got a new sign, and you can read everything on there that's going on, you know. So I would like, and there again, we probably need to put that on an agenda item if we want to do something like that.
You're talking about on the news?
On our digital,
website.
our digital,
Or you mean the marquee?
the marquee.
Oh, the marquee.
Yeah.
Oh,
The unofficial policy of the city has been to only post city-related
Right.
events. I would like to have Charlie's input on that, to see what he thinks.
Yeah, I don't know the
Once we
capacity of
start
it.
cluttering it up
Yeah.
with a lot of other stuff, it might get a little confusing, and if we make a mistake, well, so in any event, I'd just like to get your view on that, Charlie, maybe at the next meeting.
okay. All right, y'all good? Next, our Keystone Heights Heritage Commission, and I want to bring this up today since we're all sitting here and this is coming up pretty quickly. A year ago, the commission came to, and it's Carrie's initial idea, to give our kids a history lesson on our city, and specifically the 4th grade class. So again, this is a time when they're learning about civic education, et cetera. But we wanted to make it personalized education about the city of Keystone Heights. So the team of members there with Heritage Commission came up with a curriculum, so to speak. And included in that curriculum, what we did is 120 children walked from their school to the pavilion. And everyone, the gals set up pods essentially that the kids are rotating. We took like about 30 kids, something like that, per pod. And they go to pod 1, pod 2, etc. We did an initial introduction, welcome, when they all came into the pavilion, sat down on the floor, and just kind of let them know what the day is going to be, here's how this is going to go. It's like from 8:30 till noon. And then, so the first, all but 30 of them got up and went to their pods. And we had all the teachers and stuff there to assist and chaperones. And then we had at least, 12 to 15, 17 volunteers. And we had a lot of people there to help, which was great. So they were able to go and, like I did the part about Keystone and what it was like to be in the life of the 1900s, to live here as a child, go to school here as a child. I did a fair amount of research on that. I even have a video of an in-classroom teaching back in 1920s. There's actually a classroom up in Chicago that is an actual classroom from the day of the 1920s and how those kids would have gone to school. But this was nice because it was a video, so the kids actually got to kind of feel and see what it might be like. And we just kind of went through the history of Keystone, some of the landmarks here for them to be aware of. Then we took them over to Chautauqua, which we use that as outside as a band shell at the pavilion for them to learn what Chautauqua was about. Took them across, they got to have a recess in the park for about, this was like, I think, 20-minute sessions. And then across the street, they got to go and learn about what the Keystone Inn was when it was there and the welcome center that it was during that time there at the gazebo. Kind of learning so the whole thing is to drive with them key things in town that are super important history and to protect that. And, we feel like if they learn these things, they're going to say, they see somebody doing something to destroy something. You might have one kid that say, you shouldn't touch that. And it just kind of gives them some ownership. And, the kids were super proud of it. I mean, they were so excited to be there. And then, so Christine and John, they did a Fort 11 reenactment, which actually fired a cannon with John dressed up in Confederate gear. And that was for them to rotate to the different pods. But, Oh, I'm sorry. I got to get it straight. I can't remember. I was in the other building. But they loved that. They just thought that was so fun. And last year, toward the end, as we met and to reassess, what could we have done better or what could we change? We did have teachers and the principal ask us to do a rotation through City Hall. And really, they want to learn a little bit what we do here, right? And so Carrie had sent me a message last week about it. And I just wanted to share that with you. I had it open here a second ago. Where did it go? Darn it. Hold on one second. Or Carrie, if you want to say what you asked me on this text, I can't find it.
Basically, the teachers, after the feedback, they wanted to know if this year, if the kids could come through City Hall and meet the council and then maybe get a key to the city from the mayor. Like they, and it could be just a little, you know what I mean? They sell them on Etsy like 100 for $5 or something. But I thought it would be great if you guys were up for it to have them sit in the chairs and you all sit in the chairs, whoever can participate, and maybe do question and answer, however y'all want to facilitate it. Maybe you want to do a proclamation, I don't know. But you're going to have, like I said, like 7 of these kid groups come through in like 20 to 30-minute increments. But
it's a 4-hour commitment from 8:30 to noon or something like that is how we had to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think, Nina did the intro last year and she just become mayor and the kids were just so pumped up. I mean, they were so excited and cheering.
So cute.
So I think that they would really be enthusiastic about seeing, like, for you guys to do official business or explain how the city works or whatever you want to do. But I think it's a great opportunity.
I'd like to add to that because a proclamation, and then when they graduate from high school, because the majority of them will be here, that proclamation could be read again after they graduate. That would be cool. And we could do that as, I guess we would have to have a scheduled meeting for that part to do that legally. But I'm excited because my granddaughter is a 4th grader. Okay. And but when Community Church had a school, I took the fourth graders 2 years in a row to Tallahassee, and we logistically had them go what they're doing here to different places, and they debated on the Senate floor, since there wasn't anybody there at the time. And their debate was uniforms or no uniforms. And it was cool to watch these fourth graders actually debate an issue.
Yeah.
And the president of the Senate's right-hand person was in the chair doing the gavel, and they took a vote. They got, you know, all that. So I'm excited about it. I will definitely make arrangements to be here.
A variation of that could be, we could have a dummy piece of legislation that we debate, get into parliamentary, excuse me, parliamentary procedure a little bit, and friendly disagreement, and then have a vote. And, you know, and do the same thing for
Yeah.
each group that walks through, maybe 5-10 minutes worth,
Right,
just so they see how we do it.
yeah.
Ms. Collins, I'm sorry, how many students would we be expecting?
There's approximately 120 in the fourth grade.
In the room, we'd only have about 25 to
Yeah.
30 at one, per
time.
group,
you
and then they
ro-
leave, and the
rotate.
next group
Yeah.
walks in
Yeah.
and has a
I just want to
seat.
make sure if council does want to do the keys to the city, that I order enough so each student would receive.
And we want to
one.
keep this very budget-friendly.
Yes.
The way we did it last year, we identified a token for each pod that they went through, representative. So like I did pies, because Miss Lawrence would take pies in exchange for chiropractic services, and that was her giving back to the community, showing, you know, community care and you know, just giving back to the community, just like John did. And so I gave them little pies that went in their bag. And so when they went home, their bag had something representing each piece that they were learning. And what we do, take all those bags to the school, and they gave them to them when they went home. So that's kind of what we did. I mean, I thought about, like you said, the proclamation, like give a little, we could do like a little legislator thing, but I thought about kind of creating a little proclamation for that day. And
too.
because again, they're fourth grade, and reading it to them, and the proclamation would be that you've participated in this learning experience to understand the city of Keystone Heights from the legal, you know, from our home rule and all that kind of how we process and do. And it's kind of like a certification, and then have Charlie, myself, and Christine sign it as a representative, one of you all as a representative for Heritage Commission, because you sponsor the event, right? And just have a little stamp on it, make it look kind of official, roll it up, put a little ribbon on it, you know. I think, and if we can find a little key thing that's inexpensive, I mean, we didn't spend hardly any money on this stuff last year, but they just absolutely loved it.
A key or a token, maybe you could reach out to Harold and see what he can.
Mr. Gilstrap, absolutely.
Yeah, because you can buy those in bulk and they're pretty cheap.
Yeah,
Scott, when Scott was manager, he had the coin.
Yeah,
like
that's
the
what I'm
military
thinking.
coin.
Little
And-
token.
and, yeah, there might be some still here. I don't know how many he ordered.
Not enough.
And I
Okay.
prefer we keep that for a little more official.
Okay, whatever.
yeah, little kids.
I've been looking for things to put in the bag, and they do have like little wooden nickels that maybe we could do.
Something
stickers,
simple.
You know, of the Keystone symbol, you know, maybe
seal.
like on one side, and those are pretty, the seal's pretty inexpensive, so.
And I'll tell you what, the reward with that, I mean, the commission put a ton of work into the effort, they all try to get educated to make sure the information, because again, we got teachers watching us. And we didn't want to misstep any of the knowledge. But literally a month later, I'm at the MotoSurf, and some of you have heard this story. I'm just kind of walking around. I don't know that many people yet. And this little girl comes running up to me and wants to shake my hand. Her name was Mariah. And she said, I just want to tell you, thank you so much again for the field trip. She said, you know, for what you did. And, you know, and I said, well, you're talking about, did you were at the field trip? And she said, yes, I was at the field trip. It was the best thing ever. It's my most favorite day ever. And I will never forget it. Just tell you, thank you so much for doing this for us. And then her dad comes up and he goes, she has done nothing but talk about it. He goes, oh, please, please continue to do this. And, you know, it was a really broad range community effort, and I think it touched a lot of people. So the kids were just really grateful for it. So I think it's certainly a very good thing to continue doing.
100%. And I know Miss Silva's daughter will be here too.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah,
That's
we
great.
have a lot of fourth grade connections that are going to be there this year, so it'll be a lot of fun. So.
Okay, moving right along, and I'm looking at, I think what I did is I moved, So we covered that. When we look at this Pavilion Park Task Force, just to give you a brief understanding of my goal with that. We have kind of been put in a position with our backs against the wall with things that go on there. Now, this has been up until January, and I'm just going to tell you things that I've heard, and I'm certainly sure they've heard, but we are under the impression that we have some issues in there almost every day. Meaning, kids are in there. I say kids. I don't know how old they are. I think most of them are probably under 18, but creating mischief. They're either destroying things, they are being disruptive. I had a meeting that I was presenting there, and they had skateboards and bicycles right behind the pavilion building on the decking, and making all kinds of racket. I had to go out there and tell them that they had to leave because I couldn't even hear myself talk. So they knew somebody was in the building, and they were trying to disrupt. Anyway, it's a variety of things. And the safety. I've had people tell me they've come taking their kids to the park. I just had something happen this past weekend. And they're sitting there, and these kids are, whoever it is, they're sitting there, they're using, terrible language in front of their children. They're being loud, like they're doing something to make you want to leave, okay? Which this particular citizen left with his daughter because he said it was ridiculous. So I have been exploring, and beyond the vandalism, we've had a ton of things happen in the bathrooms. Like the bathrooms have now been destroyed twice. And most recently, I think, and I did look at them a few weeks ago, we now have stainless toilets, so they can't break them. And I know paper towel holders all the paper towels are being pulled out and thrown everywhere so nobody can use them. So we may go to a hand dryer situation. But my biggest thing is we were looking at changing the ordinance from 16 to 21, and it caught a lot of flack. The biggest reason was we're trying to have everyone have a good experience. We want every resident, teenager, adult, kid, come in there and have a good experience. And the only way we felt like we could do it is our impression was it was people under 21 years old are causing these issues. So I'm a very much data-driven person. I want to base my decisions on facts. So I can't just depend on hearsay because I'm not there to actually see it happen myself. So I have gone to the sheriff's office to get data. And I have gotten some of that data, but I have to get some more clarification of that data. I've also looked at other cities in the United States. Vandalism is a huge problem throughout our country right now, especially after COVID. And believe it or not, in the elementary schools too, like they've got bathrooms that are getting beat up because of TikTok stuff. And so I do know there are some things. My idea was to come up with and share with council my ideas on what I think we can try to not have that 21-year ordinance, right? We want people to be in there and enjoy their time without having all these crazy rules. But it gives the law a better opportunity to manage it if they're 21 and older, like to arrest. Okay, and that was one of the reasons we were looking at it. So when I looked and researched some things, there were things like signage, making sure it's clear what the rules are. It's video cameras, we've done that. So we have the signs, we have the cameras. We have several cameras throughout. It's about just making sure things are kind of visually easy to see. I know those, and I did look at the wood slats that are between the Jungle Park and where people sit in picnic tables, and you can't see around them. I love those slats. I didn't realize we had so many of them. There's a lot of them. And they're very beautiful, but they do obscure your view looking back in there. I've had my grandkids in there, and you can't see them in the back. So I don't know what we're going to do with that yet, but I think we have to kind of start out soft with it. And we've got the signs, we have the cameras. We just got to make sure that the ordinances are clearly written. I took photographs of them. People can't read, they need to understand there's some rules here. The only thing Sheriff Cook has told me is, and this is something I read on the other websites that they do, is like an app. We all know about the Safer Watch app. Is to have a sign there that tells people who are there how to download it, and if they see something, they need to report it, okay? And they need to report it, and I'm going to find out, can they video and can they photograph and send that with the report, which I believe they can. She's already told me she'll give me a sign, and we can put it up in that park. And what this does, it's a psychological thing. So these folks that are causing disruptance, they know that person's sitting there and can see that right there, and they can download and they can report it right then. And the police will come and they'll find them. We're a small town. They can almost always know who they are anyway. So it's a psychological thing to know people are watching and they know what to do about it. So that's some of my goals with it, but I need to have the additional data. Right now, the data is not showing me that we need to have a task force, okay? But I need to get a little bit more information. I'm going to know more about that by next month for sure. But that's kind of where I am with that.
Okay.
And I hope everyone agrees that we do want it to be a good experience for everyone.
I have a couple of thoughts on this. Number one, the kids have come in, they've apologized. Whether or not the apologies were sincere, I don't know. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I think we've, at this point, taken kind of a limp wrist approach to this problem. And I think what we need to do is we need to consider hiring a little more staff as private security. Talk to the sheriff and see if that person can be deputized, not necessarily carry a firearm. I think that'd be a bad solution. But at least someone who does have some arrest powers. We do have our magistrate. We do have ordinances. We could prosecute this. There's a Florida statute that says that with minors, the parents are liable for damage. So I think we need to take a little more strict view. Yeah, signs are great, apps are great, but you're not dealing with Phi Beta Kappas a lot of times. You're dealing with 13-year-old kids that, their heads are mush. So I think we need to take a little more proactive approach, and I like the idea of having private security, maybe a couple of part-time people, maybe even 3, have 3 shifts, pay them a fair amount, but they're not being paid as law enforcement. Basically, they're just there as a deterrent, eyes and ears, and they could then call the sheriff. Now, if they're deputized, then they could have arrest powers. I think we need to ratchet it up one step. All these other things are nice. Signs are great, but frankly, my view is they're not going to do any good. And they know there's cameras, and they still act up. So I think we need to be a little tougher.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I agree with the tougher, because when I was mayor, we had a guy actually shimmy up and knock off one of the cameras, and we had him do restitution on the camera and do some community service. But I agree, you can stand here and whine and cry, I'm sorry, but are you? You go back and you continue to do it, and I think we do need to be a little bit more stiffer. Task force, honestly, Mayor, when I heard that, it scared me because of
Maybe it's too strong a word.
Do what?
Maybe it's too strong of a word. But that's kind of how they use it in other communities.
And I understand where it's coming from, but on a legality thing, and I don't do the lawyer thing either, but I would think that would put us in a big liability if we just have private citizens hanging out down there. And if one of those kids, which some of them will be, they'll get in your face, some of them will. And if we got a citizen that is down there on our dime or on a task force, and they touch that teenager or whoever, then we're going to be liable. And I mean, so I think security-wise, that would be a budget thing that we would have to look at, definitely. And I personally would rather have an off-duty deputy that we would hire to patrol all the parks in case of that. The signage, if you have one of those little, you're talking about one of them things you put your phone up to and it downloads everything. I'm in agreement with that. I mean, because not everybody has, I have the non-emergency number because I ride around, I see things, and I'm going to report it. And on the slats, I agree with it blocks the view, but being a part of that, building that park, if we decide to take those down and they have names on them that people have put on there for donations and they work there and everything, we need to make a wall somewhere and keep them in that area.
Yep.
So security-wise, and safety-wise, I can see opening that up a little bit, but we don't get rid of those things.
Tony, you mentioned liability. If we had a task force down there and they touch somebody inappropriately, I think we also have liability if we do nothing. Because,
well, I agree.
Because if we do nothing, lack of supervision, here again, Joe, you know what lawyers can do. And Carrie, it's something we need to do. We have to be proactive.
Mm-hmm.
And if it means fining parents $500 or whatever, or if it means a kid having a record as a juvenile, so be it. I think a little deterrence is needed right now.
I think this council and past councils have been very tolerant of vandalism, and we need to be hard-nosed.
Yeah.
Because it's not going to get any better if we don't.
I think if you make an example, if you set the standard that if you come into this park and if you mess anything up, you're going to be liable, and your parents are going to be liable if you're
Right.
underage. So, I mean, I think tough love is the best.
I think we have to.
I think we have to, too.
Yeah. Just to clarify my definition of task. Again, perception and reality here. Task is really identified, or for my purposes, to get the public involved, a community. And I have several point people I already have on my list who've expressed interest that I would want to be part of that task force. And the goal was to get them together once I have all of the facts, okay? And then, so here are the facts, here's our challenges, what would you guys like to see us do? Get input from the public, from that task force, and let them tell me what they think, is because they use the park, they have children, they live there, whatever. Then go from there, but again, it's got to be data-driven. The data I have right now, we had 73 incidents last year in the city of Keystone Heights that they gave me, 73, okay? There were 6 that were, and these are all over 18 years old, or that's the number he gave me, the age. He said that was all of them, is what he told me. There were 6 that were, like, that could have been, the problem is how they're earmarked, right? So I had one, literally, out of 73 that was property damage at that address. That's right, it was 6 that were at that address, and only one was a property damage thing. Guys, that's not even 1%, okay? So I can't go and us go hire an officer to walk the beat at $40,000 or $50,000 a year, whatever that's going to be. I can't justify that. So what I want to do is make sure, I've got to look at these numbers again, and I'm going to talk to Deputy Jeremy here to get a little bit more input. This one guy works directly for Sheriff Cook, and that's how he gave me the data. But I want to get more information so I really can kind of drill in on that focus or that vision on what we do. The other challenge is, and Charlie is working with me on this, is to get what did we spend money-wise out of our city budget, because this is what citizens care about. What did we spend to fix what they destroyed? Mm-hmm. Okay? And I want to monetize those details so that we have a story, so we have reasons to say, okay, now I can justify if we decide to have someone. I didn't mean for citizens to go down there and say, hey, you got to do this or that. I just want to know kind of where we are with those details, and then I think it helps us to make the right decision for all. It's early, it's very early yet.
One other idea I had was if there's an opening in Public Works, hire somebody named Bruno, about 300 pounds with tattoos. No, I'm serious. And have him be down there, and then he can be picking up trash, and he can be doing things that right now Public Works takes care of, so he can multitask. But if Bruno's there, and he's giving somebody a hard look, I think you're going to stop this kind of activity. Just a thought.
Yes.
And that would not be a budget buster.
Right. I mean, like I said, it's very early, and but again, we need more data and solid data. So, yes, Carrie.
So I just would like to remind the council that I think there's been a lot of turnover since we tried this, but there was a time when Deputy Santiago and I actually worked together, and we would meet with kids at the pavilion. It was before the pavilion was renovated. It was before COVID, so we're talking a little ways back. And we just provided like some simple sports equipment and some snacks and some positive interaction. And there were some adults there. I think we tried to pull it off like once a week.
Yeah.
And I do think it was helpful. I am not saying that there shouldn't be consequences. I do think there should be consequences when something's wrong. But I also think we are talking sometimes about children who would tell you, yes, I would do that at my home,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
That is their expectation of what is appropriate behavior. And so if we can provide some informal mentoring and positive relationship building, I think that could be maybe more beneficial than like a hard-nosed security person.
You're right, and I had planned to have, Deputy Santiago, our local deputies, be part of our so-called task group for input and suggestions, us to kind of collectively come up with a plan. Another thing is this thing is open till 11 o'clock at night, which I think is really too late. There's nothing, why is anybody in there at 11 o'clock at night? Other parks I've looked at like this are around 8 o'clock or dusk. So I think those are some minor things that we can do. The biggest thing is it's hitting our budget, and it's unexpected numbers. But we're going to work on capturing that information better than what we have right in front of us right now. So there's a lot of work to do, and that's what I say. I have to know all the facts, and then I can kind of come up with an idea, and then we can really, I think, brainstorm together and figure it out. So yes, Joe, you had a question?
Yes, just as an option, I think the sheriff's office still has reserve deputies.
Yeah.
That may be something versus hiring somebody. In some of the communities I'm in, we hire deputies, right? And it's like, I don't know, $45 an hour. So rather than that, if you had a reserve deputy down there, I think it's more of a volunteer basis, but just something to explore.
No, yeah. I think there's a lot of opportunity. It's not like it's horrible, like they could be, there's been some really bad things to happen, like the day of, right before the July 4th things, and the bathrooms get battered, and the water line break, and we can't even offer water fountains, right, on the July 4th weekend. But yeah, I think we have to, those types of things have got to be a harsher penalty, just to know that we're not going to mess around, we're not going to put up with it.
And your concept of having the deputy there, it's the old-fashioned cop on the beat that's friendly with everybody in the neighborhood. That's a very good approach.
Yeah.
And it was started really the idea was not actually to necessarily have Deputy Santiago be there every time. Lynn actually reached out to local pastors, and we talked about trying to get local pastors to be there, the same informal kind of concept. Just pastors don't have a lot of time to do that kind of thing, I think, sometimes. And so it was just he and I that ended up being there. So it could be just two responsible adults that are community leaders that are willing to do that. I mean,
Or it could be good cop, bad cop.
Golly.
I'm a big supporter of a carrot and a stick.
There you are.
Yes, Elston?
One time, didn't they break into the park, come through the drainage?
They did. It was a Sunday, it was a Sunday, yep, and they came through the back of my property. It was pouring rain, 3 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. My husband's actually down there, but he was inside. And they did show him coming underneath, and they went over, and that's when they took baseball bats and destroyed the toilet and the sink. And it's all on video. But, it's now a metal toilet, so they're not going to be able to destroy it. And,
The part, as far as I know, and Charlie might need to check on this, but those gates lock at dusk. They automatically, it's on a system where the magnetic part that's holding the gates open automatically cuts off, the gate swings and locks. But now if you're inside, you can get out, but
Right.
you can't get in.
Are you sure about that?
Yes,
No,
ma'am.
it's pretty
Unless someone from the inside
No, I don't-
opens the door and lets you.
I don't think it's open.
No, because of
I think Kenny said it's whatever the
It's
time
a-
says.
it's
but
11
automatic
o'clock.
like that. It is.
Yeah.
It is automatic if it's at the time. That's
just FYI, the band rehearses until 9 o'clock, and dusk now is what, 7, 6:30, I don't know. Charlie?
Yeah, how long is the gate open? I thought it was 11.
That isn't why I raised my hand. Just to add a little practicality to this, we don't have any more monetized data to provide in terms of here are receipts specifically for vandalism. Those notes weren't made, they don't exist beyond what we were able to run out of QuickBooks and provided you. So to that end, if I'm kind of what I'm hearing is you want to make sure you justify an expense if you go to whatever it is, a security guy, reserve deputy, active deputies, whomever, just tell me you want 3 months or 6 months, and we will monitor that for a period of time that you tell me, and then we can multiply that by 4 or by 2, and we'll know what an annualized cost is, and then you can see if we only have $15,000 worth of damage. I have no idea what the right number is.
Right.
If it's worth pursuing something. So I'll hold off an opinion till I see something one way or the other. I do like what Pastor Morford said, though.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Scary.
George. George, go ahead.
Pastor Morford gets confusing. Carrie is just fine.
George, you had a question?
Yes, ma'am. Mayor, regarding what everybody's speaking about security, do we have data on when these, let's call them crimes, because they are crimes, when these crimes occurred, and then we can better tailor the security to those times? Because lately I've been seeing, which is another thing, I've been seeing a sheriff's vehicle parked at Keystone Beach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming they're there and they do the rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a good thing. I guess they're going out without, you know.
Oh, yeah, they're doing that on their
It's
own.
part of their own, which is good.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing that can happen, which to me is a good deterrent, is I'm sure they have a vehicle to spare. Park that vehicle there.
Mm-hmm.
That,
I just, you know,
like Lottie does, or Waldo used to do, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, once we can get a little bit more data, and, you know, I was expecting to see, like, holy cow, I had no idea, but I walked away with only one, and I'm, you know, I just got to pull the trigger on what I think is real, you know, because, you know, hearsay. And I was hearing that something was happening every day, and that data did not demonstrate that. So I need to talk to our local deputies to get even more input there, and then I think I can kind of come to some decisions on the right path.
I'm assuming that a lot of these crimes occur in the light of day, that they probably occur after the sun goes down.
Well, that thing about the day that the bathroom got destroyed, that was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Was that on a weekend?
On a weekend, on a
weekend.
Sunday.
A lot of it's
afternoon.
after school.
After school or
After
on
school
weekends?
lets out.
This
during
was,
the day.
and it was hard to believe it was that afternoon that it happened.
Well, I was shocked one day. I was in a meeting with the city manager when Lynn was the city manager, and she had the monitors up. And we're sitting there, and I'm looking at the monitor, and I watched a young woman, teenager, sit down by the glass doors at the lake side of the pavilion. And we're watching, and there's another guy on a bicycle there, and she's rolling a joint in the middle of the day while there's kids all over the place.
Right.
And I'm going, oh my goodness. So I call the sheriff's department. In the meantime, they're on their way. She's already lit it up, and she's smoking. 2 other guys are smoking it, and then they disappear off they go down. I guess they put it out, but they go down to the beach side where the benches are, and the sheriff's department showed up within probably 5-6 minutes, and those 2 teenagers got arrested, or they got handcuffed. I don't know if they went to the jailhouse, but they did get arrested and put in cuffs. So it happens right in the middle of the day when there's people, and to do something like that, where, I mean, we all know it has a smell. And you know, to take
Pretty brave.
pretty brave.
Yeah, pretty brave.
Plus, a little on the stupid side.
Yeah.
But it happens. Everything happens. It doesn't just happen at night. It happens during the middle of the day.
Well, it was 12 o'clock on a Saturday when I was down at the beach, and you had the fight club. That about 30 kids ran by me and set up in a circle right in front of the band shell down there. And they all held up their cell phones. 2 people got in the middle and started, a boy and a girl, started slugging each other. They had children there, probably around 6 or 8, the youngest. And then, but I would say they were all pre-adult. And I just stepped to the side where they couldn't see me and called the sheriff's office.
Yep.
And they were there quickly.
Yep.
But these kids walked, they ran right past me. There were other people there, and they just didn't care. I don't think it registers with me.
No. No.
Mr. Stanley?
I think part of the data is a lot of it's just not getting reported. People are just saying, I don't like this environment, and they come and they leave, right? So I think your idea of the Safer Watch app on the sign, maybe putting in the non-emergency number for the sheriff's department. But I would also encourage, if you're a contact person at the city, that the phone number could go up there for, because there might be people who are like, these are kids, I don't want to ruin their lives, you know, and they're not comfortable calling the police on them, but they could report it to the city. There's an uncomfortable situation here, they're using foul language or whatever.
Right.
That would help in you address it, that you could determine whether the police can be involved, and it would help your data collection, what's actually going on.
Yes.
Better numbers.
Right. Yeah, I do plan on trying to get input from them based on what I saw on the actual report, the data he pulled. So I haven't been able to get that input for the local guys yet. So just like I said, once I get some more of it, I think I can marry it up, and then we can all talk about it.
Jorge, I like your idea of the squad car. No, I'm serious. And it's my
Not a bad
understanding that the Clay County Sheriff is taking over the school security. There may be some surplus. We could get one of those, and obviously we can't say it's a squad car. We can just say something like City of Keystone Heights Security or something like that on the side, and just keep it parked down there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It may be not a big deterrent, but, you know, I'm sure some kids will think twice if they see the vehicle. Even if there's nobody in the vehicle, they're going to assume that an officer is walking the ground.
It's in the neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we had some good discussion on that. That was very, very positive discussion. Next thing is we want to go to this Parks Master Plan, and I see that Miss Erin walked in the room. Erin, thank you so much for being here today. It's good to see you again. Just to kind of go back, and I know we have a copy of her presentation that we maybe want to pull up. You can minimize mine, I guess. And it might be that it's on that same USB that I provided to you, Bo, the Parks Plan. You can just downsize mine right now because I'll go to the other stuff later. So with regard to the park plan, I'm just going to say what I know, what we did, is we allowed them to, we had the opportunity to have a proposal created based on some information provided by us on things we'd kind of like to see, you know, concept, idea kind of thing. We did that during a workshop back last fall. And then it went to Aaron and team to come up with a proposed idea based on our current assets that we have, 22 acres of parks in the city. I didn't know that. I thought it was pretty interesting. And again, just looking at all of our assets from a, you know, outside view, outside lens, and also looking at trying to connect. And I think in some of the goals that you shared in your presentation, it kind of brings that all together with what the vision might look like, okay? And so I'm sure all of us, we also had a lot of questions. First time we've seen it was in January on what you created. And we can start out by, and of course I wanted you here today so we could kind of drill down on some questions and details about what you presented to us in that setting with the council meeting, which we couldn't do at that moment. So I don't know if you want to come up here so you can chat with us. And did you guys have some questions that you want? I have my own questions, but if you wouldn't mind sharing some of that with her.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I apologize, but the parks plan we have it's only you have seen it.
Oh.
The one with the changes. Only council has seen it, so it hasn't even went public yet.
Okay, right. And that was recently.
Do you want us to bring up that presentation that she sent us and just use this as everybody gets to see it for the first time together?
I'm fine with that.
Okay, I just wanted
Totally,
to make sure.
because she's made some revisions, so, yeah.
In general, though, I prefer to see things before the meeting because I need to process.
It was all on your flash drives.
It was
So,
on, yeah.
My
We
printer
were
can't
given
print
it.
that much, and I can't see anything unless I get a hard copy. Okay, I just can't read it on the computer. So, just in the future, please, give that to me beforehand, and I need a hard copy, if you would please.
Mayor, can we take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Thank
Y'all
you.
want to do that? Take a quick break? We've been doing this, 2 hours now, so take a little quick bathroom break, and we will get on it.
Oh, I like this 5-minute stretch.
In a sense, it is.
Isn't it pretty much being juicy? What did you do? Take another one, please. They were buy one, get one, so I can say it's fun. See, how much it's really dry. Just trying to do it. Well, let me try it. Okay, well, don't do that. For sure. One of my favorite films ever. I'm so happy you tried it. And it's a little hard when you look at it. They have red ones. So that is the yellow dragon. The red one is not near as sweet. It's more plain. It I do the same thing. And it's so good. And I'm so glad you enjoyed it. That makes me so happy. I introduced you to you. Now we gotta get you tried something else. It's just like a kiwi. Real like it. I bought one time.
Always love your house there.
And I knew that from Sam called and left me a message, and I meant to call him that day. We're gonna meet at Mission. So
Yeah, well, we need like a two-lane highway.
No, we're talking about the pavilion. Made an executive decision. That's outstanding in another one of our right where I didn't have an answer. I was like, Mission is. I know I have. Perfect. Appreciate it.
We missed you there too last week at the meeting. Yeah, we didn't talk about that. No, I don't know. He said Jimmy Buffett. What were you saying? He said Margaritaville.
We've already covered field trip.
My brother and his family are going to stay there.
But it was the place they had it.
Right.
I didn't see it.
Much happier.
Yeah.
And for the same reasons why you did what you did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, those are P&Z and PFP here, so you really can't. Until it goes for P&Z.
That's correct.
Mr. Lewandowski, I will have that for you after the
Okay.
meeting. I apologize.
Thank you, no problem.
Be in the part, I'm gonna have to use that flash drive in France because it won't communicate with the printer. So that was something else that we need to fix with IT. At least we know now that doesn't work, so we can fix it.
Okay, so we'll get started here. And, you know, I know some of you probably were not at that meeting in January. So Aaron, could you just kind of stand up and tell us who you are and how you got involved in this project and kind of where it started and to how we've gotten to where we are for the audience?
Ms. Eric, can I have you stay at the podium?
We're sorry, because that way when they're trying to transcribe, they can hear you talk.
For sure. Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks, Gary. So my name is Erin Rothman. I am the managing director of a company called Manzana. We work primarily with smaller communities in Florida and elsewhere across the country to develop solutions to common problems that cities face. And this includes everything from flooding to parks design and connectivity. Prior to that, I founded a company and ran a company called Storm Sensor, where we developed sensors that measured how water moved through storm and sewer systems. We tied that to climate and weather conditions, and then cities use that information to plan capital improvements and also respond to storm events, both prior to and during those storms. And then before that, I was an environmental consultant. I worked primarily with real estate developers to clean up contaminated sites in urban infill areas. So all that kind of adds up to my level of experience. I started working with Keystone Heights. A couple of years ago, we were talking about perhaps monitoring different areas around the lakes to evaluate potential effectiveness of the Black Creek project. However, when I left Storm Sensor, started Manzana, we had an opportunity to do some work through the city with the North Florida TPO that funded some of those projects. And as we started working with the community, DRMP, which is another one of your contractors, had received a contract to complete the parks plan, but it turns out they didn't have the resources or availability to actually get that plan done within the time allowed. So that project was transferred to us. So we've been working with Public Works and the city manager, spending a lot of time in the community to understand the parks, hear what it is, your wildest dreams as far as things we could possibly put out there. And we put together a plan, well, I guess it's a proposal, that has what we think is everything people asked for. That doesn't mean that's everything people totally want or what we're going to pursue. But we did put it together as if, you had $20 million and can have new parks tomorrow. This is what it could look like. So that's basically what we did.
Okay, great. Have you all been able to see the one that was posted online within the agenda? I don't know to what degree.
But we're gonna go through it now, right?
Well, so I do know we have a little bit of a time limit.
I can talk
Maybe
through
just
it.
kind of a high-level thing,
Sure.
Erin?
Yeah.
Because we can provide this for y'all to look. It is quite detailed. It is quite impressive, I think, to the degree of what she looked at to provide the right ideas. Because we have some deeper questions we want to ask her before we can really seriously consider the proposal. And that's the purpose of her being here today. So you can kind of give a high-level view of kind of even the most recent edit that was made to it.
Sure. So we looked at 6 parks. The first one I'll talk about is Trailhead Park. So that's over across 100. And we looked at that as kind of like a way station where we have the bike repair kits. We have that storybook trail. So we also proposed putting in a small trail throughout that park with some picnic tables and a gazebo and a restroom so bikers can stop by, have a little break, grab some lunch, and just clean that up and make it a beautiful little way station for people passing through. And then also, this is called Trailhead Park. It's a tiny little, not totally developed park yet across that intersection.
Is this plan online? No, ma'am, I apologize. So I provided this to all of council on thumb drive so they could review it before it went onto agenda. So I'm not sure if even any of them have seen it.
Can we put it up on the monitor?
That's what this is.
Oh, okay. Can you show the location of the trailhead park?
It's between Wendy's and CVS.
Can you advance the slide forward?
So slide 20 is when I think the appendix where the plans start.
This might not be what they're proposing to do, but that's
Oh, yes.
something that we came to several years ago when we obtained that property for the trailhead. So that gives you an
Actually, if you go
idea.
back one slide, yeah, right there.
So this is right beside CVS.
Right, between CVS and Wendy's.
Is this
what Yep.
we call rails to trails?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so this is, let me point the top northeastmost little yellow dot up there. Right, yes, where the hand is.
Where the hand is.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. So that's Trailhead Park. That's the tiniest. I was instructed that was the lowest priority as far as the parks that we're looking at, but it has a lot of potential.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Are you a design build firm?
We're a strategy firm, so we work with architects and engineers to pull this together. My background's science, science and planning.
So you're strictly design?
And planning, yeah. Then another park is, we'll go to Sunrise Park, which is up in the northeast corner. That's the one. So right now, there's a dog park, a couple of pickleball courts, and what we were thinking, because there is that neighborhood going in, or likely to go in that wooded area just adjacent to it, that we would make that more of an athletic-focused field. So we have play areas for small children, play areas for larger or older children. We also have several pickleball courts, basketball, half soccer fields, and some batting cages as well. Now, there is the dog park there. One proposal was to move the dog park to Azalea, which is that triangle where the hand is right now. And we looked at basically fencing in that park for the dog's safety, adding some water features, some picnic areas, seating areas, and then a little trail that kind of wanders through that, so you can use that for training as well. Then the theme park, which is right back here. In the plans, what we have is a design that incorporates the potential future government building. So we're also looking at sticking with what we have right now, replacing or repairing the basketball courts and the tennis courts. But also with Moontree, like making Moontree kind of a focus of the park because it's such an extraordinary feature of the community. So having some lighting and some gardening around, gardens around that area too.
Do you have a slide? Here's
I
your pointer.
do. Oh, good, thank you.
But it is helpful.
That works. Can you go forward? I'll just tell you when to stop.
Okay.
So this is kind of part of the Moontree area that we were thinking.
Keep going.
Keep going. Stop. Perfect. Okay. So this is where we are right now. This is the potential future building. We're also looking at moving that back and keeping the existing courts. This is the Moontree area, so putting in a feature that really highlights that in the community and some trails through and along the park. Because theme park, the Keystone Beach, and the natural park are so close together, we thought it would make sense to add some connectivity between those parks, so it's kind of like a one larger park system. So cleaning up the natural park, putting in some beautiful trails, some features for kids or adults that are kind of like musical, informative as it relates to the wildlife and the plants in the area. Having a butterfly garden with some butterfly sculptures within that to keep some color year-round. And then having us walk through to the beach park, adding a dock with a kayak launch to the, west-ish? Yes, west-ish, of the pavilion. Pulling out some of around the playground with all those slats that make it really hard to see for safety reasons. We were thinking about taking out those slats and then using them, because a lot of them are engraved by donors in the community, using those for benches and walkways so we can keep that meaning within the park, but also open up that play area for safety for the kids. And adding a couple of splash pads near the water as well.
Ms. Hoffman, I'm
Yes.
sorry, did you say you were able to save our courts back here in the new?
It's not in this new one, but I did ask the architects just to pull that together, so that should be done today.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Of course, so we'll be replacing that too, to address that.
I just wanted.
That's not an accurate representation of.
Not at this time, yes. It is, the difference is, at this point, the only difference is this new building is gone, it goes back to the way it is with our government building right here, and then the courts will be repaired, or rather replaced, they need to be replaced. And that ensures that we've got access to athletic facilities in both parts of town that make it really easy for the kids to get there.
Thank you, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No worries, not at all. I think that's.
Can you go to some of the slides, Erin, that you showed of each park? You had a beautiful visualization of what it would look like.
Sure.
And the list of items that will be added to those particular areas for enhancement.
Of course.
And kind of encouraging folks to want to go there. Some of the, it's on that deck, right? Should be?
It is. So this is the full report, so everything's in here.
Okay, perfect. And I don't know where it is in your PowerPoint. There's a lot of slides.
Yeah, there's a lot of slides. So if you can go to the next.
Forward or back?
Go forward. Okay, stop. So this is theme park. Again, we have the Moontree Building number 5 is not going to be over there. It's going to be right. We're going to keep this as is. So this is one of the biggest changes.
Where is the giant live oak on that? Out
Behind the
of,
library.
So which,
I'm talking about the huge one.
The one that's right by the library, so building four,
It's
between
right
building
behind
4 and the
library where
courts.
you've got a walkway.
so none of the live oaks will be moved. So those are untouchable.
It's a huge tree and the
Oh,
ground
yes.
around it is.
Yes. So I want to be very clear that these are kind of theoretical designs because we had kind of an overview of what to work with. The next steps would then be to bring in contractors to actually start surveying and looking at what's technically feasible and making sure that all the trees are protected, all the live oaks in particular are protected. And that the walkways and the final design would incorporate the existing trees and other key features that the community wants to protect as well.
So in other words, the only part that's accurate on this is the moon tree and the library. It's just the top quarter.
Yep.
Okay.
Until this afternoon when we should have a new design, and I can get that over to y'all.
Yeah,
Can I
one
say-
question, Dan.
So first of all, I want to say thank you for all your work. Okay, no, but I think we need to make a lot of decisions
Yes.
about stuff, including what we're gonna do with City Hall and the library and all that kind of thing. And so my suggestion is, don't keep spinning your wheels. Don't keep reacting to this change and then that change and then that change. I think you should pause and you should wait for us to make decisions in the community about what we really want. And then we give you direction on how to revise the plan. Otherwise, you could be revising it every month for the next 6 months.
We don't want you to do that.
It's not financially feasible, so I'm not going to. The reason we made this change is because I know there was some significant concern about not recognizing the need for athletic facilities as close to this community as they are right now. And when I've stayed here, I've stayed at the bed and breakfast across the street, and I just watched how many people use the park and kids are playing. I mean, after school, that's used constantly. So that was important to me. And then otherwise, the additional changes that we made following the last meeting in January that I attended were to look at ROI, or cost benefit alternatives for the parks, for the Madam
So for me, for example, Save Our Lakes organization has come in and proposed a fishing pier.
Yep.
Okay, and I've not heard anyone say anything about a kayak thing. So this is, for me, completely wrong. We should have the fishing pier and not the kayak thing. So I think, but we need to decide that. That's just my personal opinion. And so we as a community need to figure that out first before you develop these plans in detail.
So what I suggest, when you have the hard copies and you're able to go through it, each plan has a list of options. There's also a table following the plan set that has features proposed for each park. They don't have to go to each park, they're just options that are available,
That's
so y'all
great
can
work.
switch
Appreciate
all that around
Yeah,
all you want.
That's awesome. But we need to decide.
For sure.
Absolutely. And I do believe, I mean, as she mentioned, a splash park. Has anybody heard about people wanting that? They've been,
Yep.
ever since I've lived here, community has asked for a splash park. And that, in the proposal, was to be placed at the beach, which is a great idea. So she took a lot of clever ideas to me to create a continuous, something that's together as walking trails, that's landscape beautiful, lighting, that connects the 22 acres of parks, and taking those resources and using them to address what we think the public wants. And a lot of it is based on what the kids do and want. So, I mean, it was really beautiful. I'm not saying it's, like you said, the whole thing about the pier and then, the kayak thing. Those, again, it's just concept at this point. And once we can kind of come to some decisions, we can kind of identify what do we want or what we don't want. And I think it is all attached to cost. So to me, I mean, I saw this beautiful plan and I could actually visualize it here. I mean, everything you came up with. And, I mean, any idea on, I know we'd have to have the architect or the people who are the engineers to come in to create, like you say, around all the trees and all. I know we want to protect all of that. a general idea on a cost of that type of a plan to come into a town like ours?
So I talked to a contractor that's done a lot of work in Keystone and Clay County, and they put together a range of about $2 to $8 million for everything for all the parks,
Okay.
which is a big range.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
that goes to like the types of materials that are used, the types of equipment, how much is natural versus designed, like there are all kinds of things that can be considered into those costs. And then the next step would be to work with those contractors to put together a actual proper cost based on the priorities that you set. So it doesn't make sense to do it now because, like you've said, those
Yep.
priorities are not set yet. But
Right.
once they are, then the contractors come in and get you a like clear cost estimate based on all of that. That includes regrading, stormwater, the whole bit.
Yeah.
And then you know what you have to work with to proceed to acquire funds to get it done.
Yes, Tony?
I want to thank you also, but I sat in my office one rainy Saturday afternoon and looked at my thumb drive. Thank you very much. And went over and over it. I like the walk paths that you described as we do it, kind of have information like the library does, because I walk the trail almost every day, and I can't wait till the next story comes up, even though it's not my age group, but
Not alone.
But I think one of our priorities should be, we're going to have to definitely find somebody that can write grants.
Yep.
Because we don't have the money.
Right.
And other parts of the government does, and we need to really look at a grant writer if we go in this route. Also, my personal priority would be fixing up the tennis court. We have talked about this for 20 years, and if I was a tennis player, I wouldn't want to play on our tennis courts because it's cracked and it looks bad. But to do that, we're going to have a whole new tennis court, new fencing, new lighting. But the main thing is going to have to go all the way to the ground and start all over because that's how bad it is. Yeah. So, but in order to do that, we're going to have to get somebody that can write grants to get us some money to do what? Great plan. I like the walkways and everything. But I think right now, we need to put this in what we'll probably talk about later today, a strategic plan. Put it in there to do this later down the road in the near future, but fix what we've got and make that our priorities. And then when those are done, then we jump on something else.
I have a question. I appreciate what you have been doing, but I want to know who initially hired you to do this. Was it the council people or was it the previous city manager?
It was actually the company that was hired to do the work, DRMP, brought me on to support them.
And you were paid, the last meeting you said $100,000 for
That
a grant?
was a different project.
different contract.
Yeah, so this was a 30,
That was
yeah.
the smart city.
Mhm.
So you were paid to do all this rendering by who?
DRMP, which was paid by the city, and that was approved by council, I think August-ish last year.
Yeah,
Okay. And that was the 36,000.
correct.
My question is, if we all are deciding that it's a great idea, but we all need to, between the community and the council people, we need to decide exactly what needs to be addressed. It seems to me, it's not a total waste of resources, but it seems to me right now that all the work you did is pretty much sort of like a waste of resources. Because if we're gonna have to regroup and decide what needs to be done, if it's either to build a whole new building wherever you all decide to build it, or fix the tennis courts, or do the park around the Moon Tree, or do the parks behind Hitchcock's, it's either delaying what we need to do, we need to fix first. I mean, because this is all an idea. You don't have renderings, you need to get an environmental agency to find out what we need to build behind Hitchcock's. It's environmentally because that's a commercial area. So that's money that needs to be spent for that. You need to have drawings from an architect, you need to have a landscape architect, you need to have engineers, all that is money.
Yes.
It's figuring to the $8 million that you are talking about. Okay, I think pretty much, to me, this was all a waste of time, and your time specifically, okay, to do all this. I'm just saying. I think between the community and the council people, which I think everybody's really bright and smart, we could have figured out that we needed to fix the tennis courts on our own. Because that's something that, like Mr. Brown said, needs to be done, okay? And fix this building, if either you need more space, or you need to re-roof it, or you need to fix the air, all that could have been worked out between the community and the council members and the city manager, instead of going through a second or third party. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think what happened was that there was a workshop where people had these ideas that were put forth, and it's easier a lot of times for people to have the concept on paper so they can work from that. And probably doesn't seem like it, but it was a relatively low-cost project for all 6 parks. And that's just kind of a baseline. So it's a normal part of the planning process, but I completely understand where your concerns are coming from as far as direct applicability of that.
Before your company would do all this, you would have spent some time here in the community watching that those courts, like you just mentioned, now you realize that those courts are being utilized. You know, they've always been utilized before. So to me, personally, seems like either, it's again a waste of time, because you could have spent the time, or your company could have spent the time going through the community and seeing that, yeah, those are being utilized.
So,
Nobody's going to the Hitchcock's dog park, and maybe we need to move it to whatever that.
Azalea. Yeah, so I did that, and that was one of the reasons that it was a priority to me to have an alternative plan for this court in particular, to make sure that that was an option available to you. So that was done out of my pocket to make sure that was, because I saw it, and then it was raised as a concern after we went through this whole process, and I wanted to make sure that you saw that we recognized that and incorporated that as an option back into the plan.
Thank you for doing that. And
It's my
I actually
pleasure.
own the inn across the street.
Oh, excellent. It is wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you for staying.
Yes, I loved it.
And I just had a follow-up question. In the estimate you got for the 2 to 8 million, did that include the building? The city
No.
building?
No.
Okay, it did
No,
not.
that's a whole nother
Okay,
whole.
I just wanted to know, was that specifically for the parks, or did it?
Just for the parks and the materials
did you
within the
have an
parks.
estimate on the building itself?
No, that's not
You're
my.
not your wheelhouse.
Yes, I was just told it might go there,
Okay.
so.
And would you mind saying who the contractor was that you got the estimate for on the parks?
Seabrook is the contractor that gave the estimate, and then Scherer, which is the contractor that actually built the pavilion.
Okay.
They provided an estimate to do a pre-construction cost analysis to put together a solid estimate. So both contractors are local.
May I dive in?
Yes.
Starting at 30,000 feet and working our way down a little bit, I think what you have done is aspirational.
Yes.
You basically have given some concepts. None of this is written in stone. This is just all pie in the sky at this point. But if we decide to do it, I would suggest we do it in phases, like a developer does with real estate, like Joe, you would do. Pick the one project we think is going to be the most bang for the buck, and do that first and work our way through. It may take 5, may take 10 years. But I think that's probably the approach. As far as financing, Charlie, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the city is bond-free right now. I think we paid off our last bond, a couple, 3 years ago? So that might be one more source of money. Now, grant writing is great. If we can get free money, that's even better. But a lot of times, free money comes with strings, so we might want to do a bond, one possibility. As far as the individual projects, Splash Park, I just had a question. I know you've got a little area in the beach for that. You refer to it as pads. Can you elaborate just briefly on that?
Yeah, so the idea that we proposed is splash pads, which are, because there are options, this goes to cost too.
Sure.
So there are some that are kind of rubberized material that kids can bounce around on and fall on and nobody gets hurt, so it's more of a padded material that has the water coming out of there.
Mm-hmm. Mayor, you threw out the question of, would that be something the public would like? When I campaigned last, if I saw a tricycle in the yard, I would ask the parent, what do you think of splash parks? And they all thought it was a great idea. My daughter lives in Stoughton, Wisconsin, and right across her street is probably about an acre. And I think I've provided the former city manager with some pictures of it. But Stoughton, Wisconsin, you might want to just take a look at it.
Sure.
That might be a little bigger than what we have in mind, but I think if we're going to do it, a couple of splash pads probably won't do it. It'd be too little, too late. I would rather see it off something bigger. And one idea that one engineer had was to put it across the street.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I realize I'm kind of,
I believe there is one at Green Cove currently,
yeah,
Splash Park.
right. They're around, and there are companies in
And they're
Florida
very
that
expensive.
do the. Yes, they are.
Mhm.
Yes, they are.
Not
But
only to pay for it, but to maintain and all that
oh
as
yeah,
well.
oh yeah.
So, but the fact that you rolled it into the concept,
Mm-hmm.
again, it's concept. So we just
Right.
have to figure out what those priorities are, how much money, is it grant money, whatever the money we can get.
Yeah.
Like I said, 5 to 10 year plan. It's
Mhm.
not something we're going to do all at once.
And the dog park,
It's certainly a great idea, though, concept-wise.
I think a dog
overall.
park's a great idea if you have the acreage to do it. I think it'd be misplaced if it was at Azalea only because of noise and smell, and that's a quiet neighborhood. And I just think it would be a poor place to put it. I think we should have a dog park, but not necessarily there. That's all I have.
Chris?
I like the dog park in Azalea Park. I think it's a perfect place for a dog park. It's central. People can walk there. It's very easily walked to. And I think it's a perfect piece of land to me.
Except there's very little parking.
And people, well, that's true. That's very true.
It does have some
People are
parking.
responsible to pick up their dog.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
and
there is parking there. And, I live right there, so people
Yeah.
walk their dogs every single
Yeah.
night right past that park.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, it is basically nothing.
It's nothing.
It
It's
is-
empty.
it's empty.
It's
There's-
not attractive.
No. But it's good. We've got options, which is great. And we already have a dog park, and I don't know how much it's used at Sunrise. So, you have anything?
Since we're a workshop, yeah, I'd like to add, I would like to think to the future and plan for the child of Moontree. Get in culture, arbor, whatever those people are, and figure out how to take the seeds, nuts, whatever from our moon tree and plant them.
Yeah.
So we have the child of Moontree. And let's
that
plan
idea. She
for
loves
50 years from now, and let's have another moon tree.
that's
So
wonderful.
that would be my personal thing. I'm a space guy.
Well, not only that, you've got history. I've got the video of where I moderated. Tony, I think you were out of town, so I moderated the dedication.
Yeah.
And you were there? I saw.
was there.
A much younger version of us, but
Yes.
we're there.
Yes.
So, no, I agree with the moon tree idea.
Can I say something from the perspective of the Heritage Commission? Our mission is to constantly educate, remind people, and preserve. This was all the grounds of the old hotel, which we no longer have.
Across the street there.
And the tennis courts were put in when the hotel was put in. I know they put a baseball diamond there, but I've got photos
Really?
from the 20s. I have photos.
Wow.
After.
I just
And
remember the baseball
on
field.
our early brochures, it advertised year-round tennis. That was one of the draws
Really?
along with the golf course. Yeah. Watch our Facebook page. I'm putting all of it
Oh.
on there. Anyway, it's, we've lost a lot here. And if it wasn't for the old resort, we wouldn't be here. This was put here to draw everything else. It could have just put houses out here and nothing else. That's the heart of Keystone. That's how we began. And we need to make sure as we move forward and make improvements, we don't lose that. It's hard enough to say, this is where this was, and this is where this was. Let's not make it look like something completely different. Let's take that into consideration so it's not so hard to educate people on our history.
this was a planned community, meticulously planned with all sorts of things, the pavilion, the hotel, it all basically hung together.
This is a social hub. I
Yeah,
also like the dog park in Azalea though.
okay.
I think it's an ideal location.
I think it is too.
Okay.
There are some odor control techniques that are available too.
And I'd like to agree with you. My great-grandfather moved here from Georgia in the twenties with the carpenters to build Keystone. He built a lot of the commercial buildings around.
Sure.
My grandfather got married at community and had the reception at the hotel.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of history. For me
Okay.
personally, family's history here. And I want to see that preserved and remembered.
Like any historical town, you have that area in the center where it started, where a person can go and kind of be transported. And if
Mhm.
we modernize everything down here, we're gonna lose that.
What do you mean, can I ask you a question? What do you mean modernize? I don't think we're talking about modernizing much.
I'm taking a look at, first off, do you consider the pavilion historic? It's been designated historic pavilion because it was part of the original resort.
Right.
All of these grounds were part of it.
Right.
And the tennis courts were part of it.
Okay.
If you lose the ability to walk through and picture what was here, you know, I think we need to pay homage more to the original layout. If you're putting in, now the moon tree, that's its own thing. I'm not saying don't do anything with the moon tree, but it's just kind of breaking up what is here. This, you know what I mean? It's making it small little compartments instead of the grounds.
Can you go
It's
to,
losing its openness.
can you go
Okay.
to the prior?
Although it's
I don't
hard
see
to,
it.
Prior
it's
slide.
hard to tell because you can't, like I said, that whole is, 3/4 of that is not
Go
viable.
back. Okay, so one of the things right now, to your point exactly,
Right.
one, I could not find the grounds and I couldn't find a picture of the old hotel. I
Oh,
looked
there's
everywhere.
Oh,
I
yeah.
could not find
Go
it.
to the
Really?
Heritage Commission, the Keystone Heritage
Okay.
Commission Facebook page.
Okay.
and
I did not
upload
look
new
there.
stuff all the time.
Okay, excellent.
And I have a 160 meg map that the developer actually did of the whole city, and it shows little landmarks like the hotel,
Really?
yeah. Yeah,
See,
I'll
I
share
have
that
a-
with you.
I have an old map of Keystone
And,
Heights.
and
but-
you have that in the thumb drive, Christine, that I gave you, yeah.
Okay, so that would be astonishing. So one of the things, not having the layout, right now, I feel like when I come here, like there's the beach park over there, this park, which I didn't even realize was here the first time I came to Keystone Heights because it's behind the building, and there's just the parking lot and the courts, and then Natural Park, but there's no path between them.
Right.
So I wanted to, one of the things that we proposed was taking down the fence on the beach park and opening that up. I understand there's some concern about four-wheelers going into
Oh,
the
It
lake.
used to be open, but now it's no-go.
Okay, well, it was a thought. Because we wanted to have the connectivity between the spaces, we wanted to open up. It seemed like it was one space
It was.
previously.
But the hotel was huge and it's set right across
over
the
there.
street right here, so that formed the boundary.
Okay.
And then you've got the stream that forms the boundary on that side.
Mhm.
But this was all hotel grounds and also the pavilion and the beaches was all. the
See, I
hotel.
just think that's so interesting, and you could have that old map, and you could even, okay, well, I'll just stop. I
That's
get
what I'm
it.
saying,
Well-
there's gotta be some way, because, it's the job of the Heritage Commission to keep people aware of that.
Right.
And help them to visualize, and so if we can incorporate visualizing the history with whatever it is that you're deciding to do, make it easier.
And there are tons of pictures of the old hotel. There's one or two of the interior, which shows the furniture and so on.
I'm going to
So-
look at your Facebook.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of that. The Heritage Commission has that.
Yeah, I mean, with the comment about modernization, Christine, to me, it's more about creating something that's more cohesive and pretty. We don't want to take away from the beauty we already have. We want to keep all of that, but it's to enhance the current beauty we have.
I agree.
things with lighting, for example. There's some areas that are kind of dark in the city at night. So it's very walkable already, but we just want to, enhance that a little bit, make it a little more cozier. And some of the little things along the way, like the little viewing things, the whole thing about the butterfly park, just really cute things that kind of get kids curious, and whoever's visiting the area, it's attractive. It's not modernizing, it's just focusing on the history. I mean, it could be a thing about dragonflies because they were so popular in the day, right? And they're still everywhere around us. So I think that that was just the connectivity. True, you're exactly right, exactly right. And so it's input like that I think, and just even like the the readings that we did during the kids with the field trip. It could be that might be a spot for somebody to stop and learn a little bit about what that was about. And again, this whole thing was a concept, but it was all to create continuity between those landmarks in a beautiful way. And to me, that is the priority. Certainly, taking these courts back here, getting them back new, that's going to be a ton of money. And if we need to do that, that would be a priority. The splash park, to me, it's a priority because that's all I've heard about, and I think it'd be a nice addition. But it will be expensive, so we have to look at what the options might be with that, like what you're talking about, like what maybe Steve's talking about. So I think that, the whole thing about grant writing, I know there's a lot of grants on the parks. I've seen them come up in my email all the time, but I don't really know how they're pursued or.
If we could possibly, it might help a grant for the tennis courts with the proof of this historic nature. Like I said, we got grants for the pavilion because it was historic. We could possibly do for the tennis courts also. It was part of the original resort.
So y'all have any other questions for Miss Erin while she's here?
I have an hour drive, I'll be fine.
We have one. Yes, Mr. Stanley,
You mentioned the stream forming at one of the boundaries, and with the water project that's happening, that stream's gonna be flowing for many years. Did you incorporate any work on that? Because right now, coming into the lake, it's just a concrete wash area. I personally would like to see something like the spring park in Greenco, where you have a more natural stream flowing through there. We're gonna have to do something about erosion. We're gonna have to do something about access when the water starts flowing under 21. So that's something that's gonna have to be addressed. It's gonna have to be addressed relatively quickly with the water project.
Correct. You're correct about that.
It's going online early in fiscal 2025, which would be October.
Yeah, that shoreline's going to look a lot different than it does right now.
Have you by chance seen what they've done in Greenco?
I've seen pictures. I've been working with them on another project. Yeah, I can just drive by.
Yeah, because from their splash pad, they obviously have a natural spring swimming pool, which I know gets a lot of attention on some of the pages around here. Also, this guy at the RV resort keeps posting the pool tub picture. And, people are all up in arms because I think it's another thing that would be a community asset, but of course it's expensive as well.
Right.
But they have their splash pad and their natural spring park, and then what he's mentioning, and then it rolls all the way out to the St. Johns River.
Right.
And they've done a really nice job with the sidewalks and the vegetation.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Yeah, absolutely.
And I can get a good idea from them on what they spent for that. And who did it, right.
This is kind of talking about to prioritize everything. That's gonna have to be something that happens really
Quick.
Yep.
We, on the creek, we are in the process of working with Save Our Lakes and getting that cleaned. There is water right now in the creek over by the Park of the Palms. So, and that's not with the pipe, that's with rain and everything. So Brooklyn, everybody goes across the bridge, you see it's come up tremendously. So, I had met with Charlie and Bo back there the other day, and we went out and did a thing with Vivian with Save Our Lakes. So there is a program getting ready to happen for Lake Geneva, but we're going to focus on getting that creek cleaned out first. So, because it will be flowing here in the next year.
So in my mind, what are the next steps? That's the important thing we need. What are you going to do next?
I think we need to figure out where we can find some ideas on grant money so we know how much money we might be able to get our hands on before we can even identify where we would start first. We got to know how much money we got to spend. I mean, that's how it usually works. Say, hey, I've got $500,000 out of this plan. What could, what could we do for 500,000 based on some of these priorities like we just mentioned?
I think I'd reverse that, and I'd go off of what Steve said. I would do a phased approach.
Yep.
And I would come up with estimates. Phase 1 would be $200,000. Phase 2 would be $500,000. And then we go look for the money. Because in my mind, our parks don't benefit just the citizens of Keystone Heights. They benefit everyone in the area.
Right.
And therefore, we should be teaming with the county to try to get some of their money, because their citizens, not ours, also benefit from our parks. And so there's a lot more sources than grants. We should look at bonds, city funds, and county funds. There's a lot of different sources we should look at.
An analogy would be if you go to the SBA for a small business loan, you don't go in the door and say, how much will you give me? You go in with a plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Know that for a fact.
So let's get a phased plan.
Yeah.
That would be my suggestion. You know, take her ideas, her concepts, put together an ad hoc working group and say, this is what we like, this is what we don't like, this is what we want, and then this is the priority. Phase 1 is boom, this. Phase 2 is boom, this. And that's how we did the Trailhead Park. We did that with phases.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we got our money, and that's how we decided what we're gonna spend it on. Same thing.
Streets.
Street, same thing. Yep. And that's how you get grants too. You gotta have a plan. They won't give you a grant unless you have a plan.
Yeah.
So I think the plan is the first thing that's gotta come forward.
So I think then, based on that, the next workshop, next month, is nothing but this subject only.
Sounds good.
Because
Okay,
I
that's
think,
our plan then.
you know,
Okay.
I mean, there's a lot
I
to
like
learn, and we're all learning, you know. I'm just used to somebody saying, here's my budget. This is what I can afford. Tell me what you can offer. And to me, it means a different way of looking at it, you know. So I think that our next meeting, we hammer some of that detail out at our next workshop and only discuss that subject. Agree?
All right.
Okay. Moving right along. We're trying to do this before noon today. Erin, thank you so very much. Appreciate your flexibility
Oh, it's my pleasure.
and certainly your creativity here has been very helpful. We appreciate it very
Y'all
much.
have been amazing to work with, so, and I love it here, so anytime.
Come stay in the inn.
Actually, if you look at the bottom of Carrie's stairs, when you're coming down the stairs, that's the big plat of Keystone Heights right there.
I love that map. I took a picture. I want to,
You can actually order it on eBay.
You sure can. I have a canvas of it in my house as well. Yeah.
Joe, can I put you on the spot for just a second? We're talking about one of the sites being basically across from a future development of yours. What would you like to see there? Without, you know, just general.
I don't have anything in mind. When I first bought the property, the splash park was talked about. What I could do and what we could do with that and the 58 acres we have behind Johnny's. Sure. Sorry, back to you. Joe Wiggins, Clay County builder developer. We came to, give you some backstory, we came to Keystone in High Ridge Estates. So one of the projects that we do as part of our portfolio is build affordable homes, right? We work with the local organization, the Housing Finance Authority, whose mission is to provide affordable housing. So we looked in High Ridge Estates because of the affordability of some of the lots. We've built 2 houses in there and sold them, and we're starting our 3rd house now. Since that time, we acquired the 58 acres behind Johnny's. We weren't sure what to do with it, but we thought a high-density area. Part of building a downtown is having people to be able to walk to the downtown. And then since that time, Mr. Duckrow, Jed Duckrow, had started Country Meadows. And he brought in a builder that really is not local. And there was some pushback about the quality of the project. So we acquired it, right? And that's what you're referring to now. So what we could do is combine an amenity price for that project. We could even reach into the future and bring funds from the 58-acre project as long as we get credit for it down the road. And then maybe we could do a public-private partnership where I could fund something that the community needs, not necessarily on our property, but someplace that we think is beneficial. Does that?
Yeah, everything's negotiable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So back to your original question, no, I don't have anything planned for that, but we can.
No, my question is, what would you like to see?
You're talking about the Sunrise Park?
To be compatible.
Yeah,
with
yeah,
Sunrise.
I don't have a preference, right? I think all the ideas of what's being said.
Young families, young kids, something for the young kids to do, basically.
I think our price point is going to be younger families and then retirees.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, so just a update on demographics. A lot of folks don't know this or believe it, but the median age for Keystone Heights is right at 37 years old. Only 12% of our community are seniors 65 and older, and that's as of 2024 January.
Right.
We're at a 1.8% growth currently. That speaks volumes to me on things I'm a senior. But right now, that age group is our market. That 36 to 40-year-old age market, because they are the young families coming in here with children.
Right.
Or young professionals, whatever. Some of them are single, some of them are not. But I think about, even events that we think about and the draw, that's our audience.
Sure.
That's our dominant audience.
And to look at a larger picture, right, the air park, we're trying to get business out there. So as headhunters or whatever go to look to communities, do they have housing for their employees if they were to bring them? And I agree that's the target market,
definitely a
but
challenge.
we shouldn't also forget about the people who want to downsize.
Correct.
Right?
Right.
And have them stay within the downtown area, not have to go outside.
But that's not incompatible, because a lot of the older people have grandkids, and if you, for example, had a splash park there, of decent size, it'd be something for the kids to do, and the grandparents could watch the kids, and that's the way it works in
Plus
my
it's close to
example
the
of Stoughton.
school
Yeah,
where
you have
where
a
you're
big
talking
age
about.
mix, older, younger.
I guess the point to this is we're not set with anything that we necessarily want. So we're willing to work with
I think
council,
we have-
whatever commissions, staff. So let's come up with something that benefits everybody.
Thanks, Joe.
Sure.
Thank you, Joe. All right, moving along to our next thing on the agenda. I have one slide left to cover, but I can do that at the end because I want to get through these other just things for discussion. Next is the city-owned property there,
Yes.
Tony?
I had that put on there for a reason for, I had brought that up back when, the fire department, when we dissolved the volunteer fire department, and there was a piece of property that the fire department had that was attached to our property. I don't fully understand why it went back to the city, but there was some discussion back in the day.
in the deed that said it wasn't being used for fire purposes, it would go back.
Right, I know that part. I just don't know how it got there because I know the fire department purchased that property. But anyhow, so the city owns that property, and I do know that the company that bought the old firehouse was discussed when we sold it, the chances of getting that piece of property, which would extend them to have a nice parking lot. I'm not going to go into detail because their ideas might have changed, but we have that piece of property, and we also have the property across the street that is the old Public Works building. I personally don't see why we don't, and I've asked this in the past, and it got staff didn't want to go down that road of selling property. But if we're not going to use it, and we're having to go out and we're going to have to spend some money on buying that property on the corner. And I just, I'd like to talk about the possibility of selling what we have if we're not going to use it. I know Clay Electric adjacents the old Public Works building. And the manager might have some ideas since I brought this up to him, and I don't know if you're prepared to discuss them right now, but if you're not, that's fine. But the possibility of using that property for future use instead of letting it just sit there and.
You're talking about that corner there, the old firehouse was, right there off Magnolia?
Yes.
That corner
There-
there, where they.
Where the pole barn and all
Yeah.
that is?
It's not on the corner though, it's behind the fire.
behind.
It's actually
Behind.
between Clay Electric District Office and the phone company.
Okay.
Used to be the water tower. When this
No, the water tower was behind the fire department, but
Right.
okay, let me start over. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ms.
Yeah.
Arnold.
This is a historical photograph
Water
here
tower.
from the water tower. And the building right behind it, that held our
Generate,
water.
yeah, and then there's a generating plant back there too for Clay Electric.
Thanks, Christine. Okay.
So he's talking about the little, this area right there.
Oh, I think, yeah, now I know what you're talking about.
When the fire department purchased the property behind the firehouse, there was a house on it.
I was just trying to visualize
looking
which one there were.
Yeah, it's
I know there's a
all-
few
it's kind
right
of-
there.
yeah,
You'd be
it's
looking
kinda-
basically
yeah.
from the railroad station across to,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, the main thing is, there's a possibility the people that bought the old firehouse might be interested in buying that property. I know there's stipulations that we have to go out. I don't know if it's bids or how that works for,
Declare it surplus, unused, and then, yeah.
and then go out, but
Go out
that
and
would
get
probably have to,
appraisals. Yeah.
to legally go out on the market. I don't know how that works. That's something for our attorney.
Yep.
But, that is a piece of property that could benefit, for parking, additional parking for downtown. I mean, it would be their property, but, but the Public Works building, if we're not gonna use that one, I would be in favor of looking at getting rid of that too, and put that money back into the funds to purchase the corner and finish our streetscapes.
Not only that, that property then goes on the tax rolls right now. It's not,
Exactly.
you know.
But I know Charlie and I talked briefly about the Public Works building, and I'm not gonna put words in your mouth, but you might have ideas for that. So, go for it.
I have a lot of ideas, and I'll try to just be really brief. I was never good in this at being brief, giving briefings for 33 years in the military, but I'll try. There's a whole lot going on here, lots of ideas, and none of them are particularly bad ideas, but there's just a whole lot. When I interviewed with you guys back on January 3rd, I told you that I would assess everything for about 90 days before I touched anything to change it. So literally what little few changes you've seen to the website are not even a thimbleful. That's just to be pragmatic and create some transparency and time for the public to digest information before you would gather to vote on it. We might very well need to sell those two pieces of property and surplus them and put them back on the tax rolls. I am not at a point, and I won't be at a point until at least May of this year, to bring you some recommendations. I've done a lot of government. This is my first foray into city government, but this all works best if you have a staff, you staff ideas, and you present to council those ideas so they have course of action 1, course of action 2, course of action 3 to choose from, and some funding sources pinned to those things. So we can have as many workshops as you guys want and gather your ideas, but that's all I'm doing with these right now is gathering them. And I will just say this because it's a matter of fact. Everywhere else that I personally have ever been in my life, I've walked into an organization and everybody around me, the staff, already knew what was going on. And so I just led, and the institutional knowledge, the policies, the organization was already there. That is not this case, but like the Apostle Paul said somewhere in the New Testament, maybe Isaac can remind me, we're just moving forward. We're not looking behind, we're moving forward. And I just need a little time and space to do that. And to Mr. Brown, thank you. I did walk down there. I walked around in the old Public Works area of the building. Evidently, we have a roof that came off a chicken coop. I mean, it's interesting. But nothing down there is usable, but we might need to use it. You might decide you want to build another city hall right here, and we might need to lease 2 portable buildings and put over there in that yard for 6 months while we gut this place and renovate it. But there's just all these things that need to be looked at, and I think it'll be a lot more productive once I get a staff I've worked with for a couple of months and get everybody moving and bring you some recommendations on here's what we need. And it might be a grant writer / public information officer. We might need to create a new position.
Yeah.
But anyway, thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Okay.
So I just say, I like the idea. I think we should address these separately and prioritize. And so if it were up to me at this time to say, I would say, look at the Magnolia property first. And analyze that, and then make a decision to sell that. And then move on to the Flamingo property. Just my 2 cents.
Well, to clarify, the Flamingo, did y'all find out if that piece is off of Flamingo or is it off of Magnolia?
I could not verify.
Yeah, I know,
that,
it's
unfortunately.
It's kind of weird how that is all done, but Flamingo, 120 Flamingo was the building of the fire department. When we purchased that property as a fire department years and years ago, there was a house on it and it faced Magnolia. So I don't know how the property appraiser has that listed, but we can find that out.
So maybe it's the reverse.
The 50 Southwest Magnolia is the old Public Works building.
Then I would reverse that. I would do the firehouse property first.
Yep.
I mean, I think, or do you all have something you want to add about it? In thinking it's two separate properties, and just like Charlie said, if we decide to, do something with this building, obviously you guys got to go somewhere to stay in business while this would be happening, is maybe we all make a little field trip together over there and take a look at the properties physically and assess them based on what we see and what we can imagine would be the better decision to go. And then have a workshop and hammer out the details, like you said, the different information we've got to get. What's the value? Do we want to sell it? Do we not want to sell it? What do we pay now? Those kind of things to make an honest decision, I think. Because I wouldn't want to go on it until I actually see the
Oh, yeah,
building.
definitely.
And again, that's probably another workshop,
There you go.
That
But
water is yours
that's
right
kind of
there.
the way I feel about it. You can have this water if you
Yeah,
want
that water
it,
is
Dan.
yours.
But kind of see what we're dealing with, and then put into mind, if we renovate this building, which down the road, would that be a location to set up shop as a backup? Or a backup for other things? Or maybe we put something else in that building that is of community use, because of location especially, right?
Charlie, that's not the world's worst idea. I think that
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Hanging on to it,
Yeah.
put up a Quonset hut or whatever we need to do
Yeah.
for 6 months or a year.
Yeah, I just need to fly this airplane a little more while I'm
Yeah.
living it, while I'm building it. And then I'll have some better ideas, I promise.
Okay, so that'll be workshop 2, right? Next is the corner. And I guess the latest update on that, Charlie, can you give us a little bit of update you have, please?
Yes, ma'am. In February, you directed me to develop a purchase and sale agreement with CB Isaac to purchase that corner property, and that has been done. When the agenda is uploaded before the sun goes down today for your March 4th meeting next Monday, you'll be able to see that purchase and sale agreement. And before you leave, Mr. Lewandowski, we will print you a copy. And the 240 was what Mr. Patel, that's the figure he threw out. Councilman Hart kind of established that. So that's what is in the document, and there's a couple $1,000s of closing costs that are split between the buyer and the seller. So there's a little part where, I mean, it might run $5,000 or $6,000 beyond that, but again, I'm not a realtor or an attorney. So that can all be haggled. If you look at that March 4th and tell me to spend no more than X, that's what I need to walk away with each time, and then I'll negotiate the rest of it. But if you pass it conceptually, say to not exceed $250,000, then me and the realtor can get together, and when the contract's ready and under that threshold, then I'll
The closing
transact
costs are going to be
purchase.
pretty much automatic. There's going to be
Yeah.
a commission. I don't know if you're splitting the commission, but The other stuff, title insurance and that's pretty much written in stone.
Yeah, that's all in there.
Yeah. What about the phase
your-
one? Is there any language about a phase one?
So,
Assessment?
we've got, a company to do the phase one.
Okay.
DRMP was not able to do a phase one. They don't do that.
Okay.
So I was able to contract with somebody, I think, for $2,300, which
Reasonable.
$2,500 is my credit card limit with you guys. So I just went ahead and told them to start that. They will be down there, it's today Wednesday, they said Thursday or Friday, and it'd be about a 15-day turnaround.
And that's a
So, yeah.
contingency of the
Yeah,
of the
yeah,
office.
so
Sure.
before that would be executed, we'd have a phase one that says it's clean.
Yep.
Or I'd just stop till the April meeting, come back, tell you
So does-
whatever other news there might be.
So phase one is what, an inspection?
An inspection, to see what might be in the soil.
Petroleum contamination.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does the buyer have to pay for that, or does the seller have to?
It's all negotiable. It's all negotiable. A lot
You're-
of deals.
You're buying it, you're paying for it, sir, because I've already executed that.
Okay.
Because I understood.
Okay.
I think your words were, don't let this get away or something like
Yeah,
that. So
and if
I
we
moved
did-
on that within my parameters.
Okay.
And if we didn't do that, the city's liable. We'd never be able to do anything without a very comprehensive cleanup. And because there was a gas station across the street, I was a little nervous about that.
And for me, I know that I think it's TPO paid for the initial assessment for the traffic and the FDOT, for the traffic plan and all that he proposed at that meeting, and we don't have him here to ask the questions. So I think that they paid for that, and then we acquire the property and get the property, I presume, leveled. We pay for that. We don't know what that is yet. I guess what I'm trying to identify is who pays for what? Is the county going to be paying, or the state paying for part of that, like the making of the new road, the corner?
That's
the-
yet to be
the wall,
determined.
all of that? Who pays for all of that part of it?
That is to be determined. I know that it's on the TPO and the FDOT's radar. I've not attended one of their meetings yet. Commissioner Condon's instructed me to go with her on, I think, the 14th of March. And she's already made an email introduction with the main people I need to be talking to, so I should have a little more clear picture for that by
that'd be
your
great.
April meeting.
We need to get it on the TPO list of priorities. That's where the key is. So,
You're correct. I'm not sure if it is or it isn't. I don't know
last time I
that.
talked to Lynn, it was not yet,
Okay.
but they were expecting it.
Okay. You have any questions further about that?
No, thank you for doing that. Thank you for pushing forward, council. This is absolutely wonderful.
Yeah,
Once we
it's
can
gonna be a
get this
big
to happen and change that intersection, it's gonna be great. So,
Does
appreciate
anybody in the audience here have any questions about this, what we're talking about?
The corner?
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to be,
Oh, yeah.
it's going to be really nice what they're talking about doing. So we're kind of excited to see where that's going to go.
If you get additional parking out of that, then you.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
And just with the building gone, the visibility is so much
Yes,
better.
it's gonna be
Yeah.
great.
I know the City Hall meeting room was next, but let's push that to the last. Oh, okay. I know you've got on there too. So strategic plan, and that's something that you had, Dan, you wanted to talk about?
Bring up my slides, please.
We have less than an hour, so we got
It's the
to
one
try to
that
be
was the
sensitive to
big white
everyone.
light that says
So his slides are not included with mine.
It's the one that we had up earlier, that you thought was the parks plan, it says strategic plan.
Are they in this?
Yeah, this is it right here. It starts right there. There you go. First slide, please. Okay. Let me just go to the next slide, but my proposals, we need a strategic plan. First of all, what is a strategic plan? Some cities and counties call this the comprehensive plan. Some places have both a strategic plan and a comprehensive plan. It's basically our long-term vision for the future, and the plan is the setup for getting grants. Almost every single grant that you ever want to get requires a plan. And what we have been doing in the city is we go, oh, there's a grant, let's create the plan for it. We're doing it backwards. We need to have a plan to do it correctly. Clay County has both a comprehensive plan and strategic plan. Go to the next slide, please. This is from their website. Their strategic plan on the left side, that's basically it. It's really simple, it's very broad, it's very overarching. And they just have general concepts with their strategic plan. And then the comprehensive plan, look at all those links. There's like, what, a dozen links there or something like that? And each one of those is a comprehensive plan. It's detailed. It talks about roads, it talks about parks, and all kinds of different stuff. And so this is what guides the staff. And they update the comprehensive plan, I don't know, on an annual basis, whatever, but on a regular basis. They update it as things change. So next slide. Why do we need one? Well, first of all, it gives the city manager, city clerk, city staff ideas. They can make decisions on small stuff to say, does that go with our strategic plan? Does that help us get to where we want to go? And they don't have to keep coming back to city council and asking every single time, is this what you want? Is this what you want? Is this what you want? It also helps them prioritize projects. I'll go back to what Steve Hart said earlier about phasing things. And we can't do everything. We don't have enough money. We don't have enough time. There's only one of him. He can only do so much. And so we got to help him prioritize things. But also, as I said, and I put in red, plans are almost always required to be awarded funding from external agencies. So let's have those in place so that we can take advantage when we learn about opportunities. And the more detailed plans are developed from the strategic plan. We don't have to put every plan underneath the strategic plan. But when it comes to specific things like State Road 100, State Road 21, specific plan, then we would develop a more detailed plan for that kind of idea. Next. So what plans do we have? Well, we have 3 plans currently in development, and we've talked about 2 of the 3 here, number 1 and number 3. And we also received a Smart City Master Plan. That was another one that was in development. What do we need? Okay, we've talked about it here today, City Hall. We've talked about at previous meetings, City Museum, infrastructure, septic to sewer conversion, lights, what do we want to do with roads, all that kind of stuff, infrastructure. And then what other plans? I don't even know what other plans, but there's other plans I'm sure that we could use. Next. So I don't need to go over the details of this, but I kind of highlighted the 3 plans that we currently have in work. But we need a plan, and I would say we're already executing a plan. We're buying the piece of property. And I would almost say the TPO presentation we saw at our January meeting, we could almost adopt that and then say we need to fill in the details like you just said, Mayor, who's going to pay for what? Mm-hmm. You know, that's a detail that is important. We just don't know yet. But that should be part of the plan. So unless there's a question about that plan, I'll move on. Okay, next slide. So the Smart City Master Plan. This is more controversial. There are negative things being said about it. This was no cost to the city. TPO paid $100,000 and gave it to us for free. So what we really need to do is look at it and say, what are good ideas? What are bad ideas? What are somewhat good ideas but need to be modified? We need to pick it apart page by page. And I've actually read it, and I've got ink marks all over my paper copy. That's why I like paper copies. I highlight, then oh, wait a minute, this part contradicts this part, and I can look at the 2 pages at once and that kind of a thing. So next slide, I got a couple slides on this here. Who authored it? where they're from, and what their website says that they do. And I think there's a lot of people that hear smart cities and think that we're going to have artificial intelligence tracking everyone in the city. No, that's not what it's about.
Dan, I was in the barber shop the other day, and some guy was spouting off about this, and he said it was going to be facial recognition. I said, I have to disagree with you, sir, but I think the word has got to get out that this is not that.
This is not that.
Not
exactly.
that, no.
This is actually being about smart and making intelligent decisions about what we're going to do, not based on.
But there were inconsistencies in the plan. I saw those too. We need more green space, but we need more sidewalks. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah, there were some contradictions within the plan itself, yes. Next slide. This is what the company does, and I don't need to go into details. I think the plan is also a product of where Aaron Rothman has expertise. And so therefore, she kind of focuses on those areas. And there are other areas that are left out, which, if I recall correctly, she's never had one meeting with citizens. And that's not the way we should be doing things. We should be including the citizens. And so next, our parks plan. So 6 parks, we talked about that today. Go on. I think we have our plan forward for that. I don't need to go into more details. Next slide.
Can I make a comment on that?
Yeah.
When you're talking about phases and whatnot, could you go back a slide, please, Garrett? I think the phases means you're prioritizing. So, and I saw you listed them in a certain order. And I actually agree with that order. So, I think that's something that the council would have to agree on as well, is what the prioritization is as far as the parks is. But my personal opinion is starting in the hub of the city, especially with what needs to be redone here, is a great idea.
I'm going to give my 2 cents. I won't be on the council when this decision is made, but I totally agree with you. I think that's a good way to start and work out from the core, consistent with the history of the city.
Well, that's good input. I didn't even think about it when I put it on there. So that's lucky. All right.
Looks good to me.
Yeah. All right, next slide, please. So the plan would catalog existing stuff, assess current conditions, kind of going back to what Major Mr. Brown said here, Councilman Brown, about, what is wrong? What are the conditions of the current amenities? And then considerations. And this goes to our mayor's work on safety and gathering data and all that kind of stuff. And we need to think about all those things. And so we put that in the parks plan. Next slide. In July of last year, the council approved an effort to write the parks plan. And our city contractor, DRMP, I think that's the right acronym, they said they couldn't do it. And so they subcontracted to Manzana. And that's how Aaron got involved. Okay, next slide. Okay, how do we get a strategic plan? There's 4 options, and I recommend option number 4. Use the Smart Cities Master Plan as a starting point, and then create our own strategic plan from there. Take the good stuff. We're smart. We'd be dumb not to, and then add in what we think it's missing, or modify what we think needs to be modified, that kind of thing. I think I have another slide here. More specific recruitment. Yes, here we go. Okay, so what I'm recommending, and this is just one idea, there's many ways you could do this, is to create an ad hoc strategic plan working group. And we'd have many members on it. And I thought, I already, since I wrote this up, I thought I missed the airport. The airport should be on that list of group. But business leaders, citizens, city staff, city engineer, Clay Electric, the water and sewer people, city council members, always make these open and public so that at any time, city council members could come and the sunshine law won't stop us.
As long as it's noticed.
Yeah, as long as we put it out in advance, you know, and then, I would subdivide it. And asks members of the group to do specific tasks for the plan. It's too much for one person to do, and I don't want everybody working on everything. That's not how you get things accomplished. And I would personally volunteer to lead this effort. And I would recommend that it goes on for 9 months. And that we set a date 9 months from now that the plan is written. And then we have a 3-month review process. We put the plan out, and for 3 months, anyone in the community, anyone at Clay Electric, anyone can look at it and tell us what they think about it. Because I'm sure we're going to make mistakes. I'm sure we're not going to get everything right. But there is, especially if you're going to gather data, it takes a while. You know, and if you're going to think about all the different things we do, preparing for Christmas, doing our country day, July 4th. I've been around taking pictures when there's heavy rains, just looking for places on the roads where there's flooding, where the water isn't draining properly. And so you need to wait until there's a big rainstorm if you're going to cover the whole city on that. You can't just go out and do it today. You got to wait until the right opportunity comes along. There's differences in the summer than in the winter. Some of the traffic data is very limited by what DOT provides. Maybe we even ask some citizens to go sit at certain corners and count cars and just see what the real traffic is. It's something that DOT kind of does for us, but not a lot. So there's all kinds of data to be gathered and things to be looked at. Are 5-foot wide sidewalks really important for our community? I don't know. Let's talk to people about it. I talked to one citizen who takes his dog out for a walk, and it would be nice, he says. Well, every time I go out for a walk, somebody's got to walk off the sidewalk when me and my dog come along. And that's just the way it is.
Or if you're walking with somebody else.
Yeah, you know, so, but how important is that? It kind of goes back to, what does the data really tell you? You know, and so that's why I'm saying, take 9 months, do this, and you gotta push, you gotta keep, you can't wait till the 8th month to start working on this. No, you gotta start work really hard on month number 1. But that's my idea for a strategic plan. And of course, like I said at the beginning, there's 100 different ways you could do this. This is just one idea.
I have something to bring up. I don't know if anything can ever be done about the big trucks that come through here. I mean, we hear the Jake brakes because we're sitting on the
Yeah, I
track.
hear them all the time too.
And I mean, it's a huge number
Yeah.
of the large trucks coming through
Yeah.
town. I know that Mary Lou tried to solve that problem, find a way around it, and nothing could ever be done, but maybe we would keep an eye out for that in the future.
It's probably like a bypass, like they did it in Stark, where they have that bypass, you know, but then you talk about a chunk of money. Of course, it can be a county thing. I agree, my bedroom window is right there. Trust me, I know when they quit, and I know when they start right up. I know exactly what time it is. I don't need an alarm clock.
You can hear them coming this way, and then you can hear them going this way.
Yeah.
I think DOT has jurisdiction. I don't think we have any
Yeah, I don't know that we can,
other than speed limits.
But a bypass is an option.
well, but yeah, that,
You know,
I
we have to
mean,
go lobby for that.
yeah, right, exactly.
I know it was looked into before, it was a big deal, but maybe we can keep an ear out.
Right, well, if we don't put it in the plan, then TPO never knows that's what we want. And then TPO will never put on the list of priorities.
Yeah. You
Dan-
guys have anything to add to Dan?
Just one thing, you need to coordinate all of this with, we have a statutorily required master plan that we have to update, whatever, 10 years or
I
something?
think it's 10 years.
Yeah. So you want to make sure that what you're doing here is going to jive with the master plan deals more with the use, zoning and that sort of thing. But
Right.
if you're talking about making some changes, you need to coordinate that with the master plan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it'd be nice to match up with a county plan. You know,
Well,
see what does Clay County say? So part of it would be an education process at the beginning for the group. What does the master plan say? What does the Clay County plan say? And then we split off and go do our tasks.
As long as you're just asking their advice, because we can't do anything outside of the city. And
No, just our education of what they're
Sure,
doing.
sure.
Yeah.
So it all jives.
Yeah.
Symbiotic. Yeah.
That's the best way, get everybody moving the same direction.
I have a question. I know you said and I haven't done a deep dive on the smart city plan. I've just looked through it a little bit, but I know you said it was free and there was no cost. But if I recall, there was a big focus on funding. So like it might be free, the plan itself, but the cost to keep the plan in place seems to be pretty substantial. That was just my first thought on it. And if what you're saying though is to take the data from the plan and only the data that they accumulated, and I'm not sure how they accumulated because, if it's the same organization that did the city parks plan, then, they couldn't, no degradation whatsoever, but, you have to do your due diligence anytime you do something. So, you can't find a picture of Keystone Inn, that, to me, it says something. No disrespect or anything. I'm just saying that we need to be, realistic about what it is. So if you're talking strictly the data of the plan, I think, well, sure, take it with a grain of salt, but know that you're probably going to have to look into that based on, what, has been presented so far. And then the funding would seem to be an issue. And then there was a heavy focus on, the heaviest focus, and, their mantra over and over, they had 3 mantras, and one of them was the zoning. And so, I don't know, I hear what you're saying, like this was free, let's use it. I can see, yes, let's use maybe the principles involved or whatnot. But as far as a basis to build something, you know what I mean, that is, specific to what
Oh, no,
everyone
I
wants.
get you.
Those are my concerns.
I agree.
I think you
agree
need
with everything
to,
you said.
you need to look under the hood a little bit, and I did slightly, and to find out, how is this plan, what is the genesis? Seems to me the genesis of all this was a federal program, Department of Transportation, and they funded a big organization, and this is sort of trickling down to us. That's something we may want to have the city attorney research, but this is part of a bigger thing than just, hey, let's fix the gutters.
To me, when I looked at the plan, I thought it was a plan for a bigger city. Like,
It is.
I thought it matched up well with, Atlanta or, wherever, New York. I did not see it as a plan that was applicable to a small city such as ourselves. There were just too many disconnects and incompatibilities.
Yeah, I'm a proponent of the theory that the people who care the most about the city are the citizens of the city. And the outsiders do their best to try to understand us, but sometimes they fail, and they fail big time. And so that's why I would like to volunteer to lead this and involve the citizens of the city. And there's specific people I'm gonna ask to be part of this. And I don't care if there's 50 people in this group. Everyone who wants to contribute, I will welcome. And we'll figure this out because we care the most.
Dan, I would follow the money trail back up and see where it leads.
Where the $100,000 came from?
Well, no, not that, but the big picture. Who got this started, this whole concept? Where is it going? And like you mentioned, this is mainly for big cities. Find out who is contributing to what, and just kind of get under the hood a little bit. From that standpoint, but.
Are you talking about the smart city plan?
Yeah, I'm talking about.
That's what we're talking about specifically.
Originally it was Mr. Poitier who contacted the Smart North Florida Smart Region.
Yeah.
He brought it up, but I think the first presentation that was done by the organization was done just after he left, and then was just taking over as city manager.
My understanding is that this is a national organization and was originally funded by probably the Department of Transportation.
It does, most of its grants come through.
Yeah, and where does the money come from for that? I follow the cash.
Well, it's a federal push, you know, we
It
have,
is.
our federal government has
Mhm.
its updates in place, and we have the big 2030 plan.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is part of the big, to bring everybody,
Yeah.
the infrastructure to a
Yeah.
certain place by
Yeah.
2030.
For what it's worth, I'm not going to be in the council when you make a decision. But based on the information I had, I don't think we need it. I just think it's a waste of money.
So here's, I think, the advantage. With the airport authority, where do we get more than 90% of our funds? We get it from the FAA. Because we follow.
Fuel cells, too.
Yeah, but that, for example, the FBO, when we built that whole new building, it was almost $1 million. We spent almost nothing, okay? And so I think there's an opportunity here that if we have a plan, once again, that we can get money under the guise of smart cities. Because it is a federal program, it's a federal push. And so by using that title, however we use it, however we want to use it, then we can potentially tap into a large funding source.
But you have to be careful, there's strings attached to the money.
Yes,
Right.
there always is, yes.
Specific guidelines.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
Really have to.
Right. As long as it fits into what we want, then we're good.
Well, a
If
good-
they have strings attached that we don't want, then we say no, thank you.
A good example of that, Dan, is the pavilion. That money actually came because of COVID that filtered
CARES
down to
Act.
the
That was
county.
CARES
the
Act.
CARES Act.
Exactly.
Right.
And then Lynn applied for some cash and
Exactly.
$700,000 or $800,000.
Same idea.
Yeah,
Right.
Same idea.
yeah.
But as an example, we're on the hook because that is food distribution.
Food distribution.
It's for the
Right.
county too, it's to support the county.
So,
Yeah.
you know, that's now part
That's
of
the-
infrastructure greater than ourselves.
Well,
Right.
and that's like the park across the street. There are hooks there, and it has to
Right.
be maintained basically as a.
And you know, it's
nature park.
give and take, right? So just like you said, I was part of that when that CARES money came into play. And as a commission, we sat there scratching our heads figuring out, well, we might be able to get $50,000 toward it. We had really no resources or even folks who had grant writing skills at that time. So believe it or not, that building still may have been sitting just as it was back then, 2017. Until we got this CARES Act opportunity. And yeah, there's give and take, but guess what? We got to renovate an incredible building back to its originality as best as possible.
I think it just
So it's
makes
kind
you
of,
got your eyes wide open.
yeah,
to go into that.
and it
Sometimes
did,
it's like dealing with the devil.
and it was federal funds. The only thing I would add to like what Dan said, and thank you so much for your work and exploring all these details for us. This is kind of the way I like to look at things as well, knowing all the facts and details and to go deeper. I know a lot of the other cities, the ones I know I was looking at, motto options of changing our city motto at one point, just even last year, which I think we still should do. I saw where all these cities do have not only their vision, but their plan, their goals, and all that's lined up, and it's written down. That means it's committed. Like, this is something, you know, we're not making it up, right? The one thing I would do, though, and I'll tell you about my thing about Smart City, the parks plan, even though done by the same person, and the, I'm gonna say it, master city plan, I hate the word smart now because it's got so much negative attitude, is those are separate plans completely. And they don't need to be in one bucket. They're totally separate.
They can't be
The vision, everything about them is separate. I mean, so let me explain my point here. The parks plan to me is relaxation, recreation, sports, children, community, right? The smart, hate to use the word, city plan was about our assets as far as things like, or I'll put it this way, my perception, based on what was presented to me, was they said, for just now, just not the park plan, smart city plan, was that money was provided for them to come in and identify our physical assets that the city has to pay for or manage or monitor over time, right? It could be lights, lighting poles, lights that are out. It could be benches. It could be trash cans. It could be, just this weekend, we have a decking at a pavilion that's destroyed, that's got to get fixed, right? It could be, it's just those types of physical things.
Sensor pick that up?
They put sensors on all the things that we would want to have identified to be monitored. Now, Jacksonville, every aspect of Jacksonville is monitored, right? That was not what we were after. We were looking at something very small concept, because right now we have to use physical people to go and monitor those things. If you can use technology to gather this data, it just makes us more efficient in our staffing. Well, and so let me say that. I agree. I was told that they gave the initial thing to estimate it, and they paid for it. We would pay a monitoring fee to them to manage the data and give it to us as reports.
You're talking about Smart North Florida?
Smart North Florida, whatever you want to call it, this is.
the name of the company.
Right. So they would give us surveillance reports on a regular basis because it's live info, and then our staffing can go out and address whatever they find. This comes into the drainage things, like if there's flooding, we have folks come in and complain about it, but until we can have like real live view of it to fight the county to get it to be paid for, to be fixed, right? So that SMART plan was to help us put a monitor somewhere or a sensor so we can see from the air what's going on there, versus somebody physically going out. This thing sends information up and we know where to go to address a problem, right? But I was told it was going to be a monitoring fee. I think the contract was a couple $1,000s over 3 years, 3-year contract. I was given the impression that you're one and done. You just pay for that renewal of that contract, couple $1,000s over, maybe it's per year, maybe every 3 years, 3-year contract. But that is probably not true from what I'm hearing from other folks now. I'm understanding that sometimes that those sensors have to be replaced and they have a price attached to it. There's all these maintenance things that have to be done in order to manage that. Like I said, it has to be a whole separate thing, because the whole park plan has nothing to do with these sensors that send information up in the sky. So it's like I said, it's a different plan. And to me, before I would even think about anything with this whole smart city thing, would be to find out what those details are. I mean, raw details. And so I think with Charlie going to that meeting and getting more information for us, you just got to remember, we've been given limited information about the details on this. And I think before we know whether we want to do this or not, I do know Penny Farms is doing a form of it. He talked about it last week.
So I've read that plan cover to cover twice, right? There is nothing in the plan about sensors.
Oh, no, there are
Nothing.
sensors.
There's nothing in there, not in the plan. Now, maybe other places has it, but not in our plan. Our plan is about zoning, our plan is about green space, our plan is
Sidewalks.
sidewalks.
I don't know where you're seeing that.
I read it twice. There's nothing in that plan about sensors.
How do they
Nothing.
capture the data?
Well, it may be also that, and she says, my thing is science, they're strictly design theory. So it's not a real plan.
I think it's a solution looking for a problem.
Yeah.
It's a theoretical
Yeah.
vision.
And
So
she
I
has
will have
no
to-
data on flooding, although she talks about flooding. This is like when I bought my house 13, 14 years ago, FEMA told me I was in a flood zone. I'm on Lake Geneva. Lake Geneva's 8% full. I told FEMA to go you know where. There is no way I'm in a flood zone. No physical way. And guess what? They agreed with me.
They changed the flood plan in Brooklyn, 4, 5, 6, 7 years ago, because to go with current conditions.
Right.
That changed.
And so her data is based upon county records, old FEMA stuff, not about the current situation. And she didn't talk about putting sensors
She did.
anywhere.
I know what
Now,
I'm talking
maybe
about.
someone is trying to sell sensors, and that might be part of the plan, but it was not about sensors.
Well, like I said, I think this is a solution looking for a problem, and I just think it's a waste of money in a city of 1,400 people, 1 square mile. Do we really need to go this techie? I really don't think we do. I'd rather see the money go for parks improvements and that sort of thing.
I agree.
So I do know that the Penny Farms did initiate a form of smart city with sensor technology attached to assets. He talked about it at the meeting last week, and I will ask him specifically what they did, okay? Because we're certainly comparable, we're a little bigger. But sensors were definitely part of it, but I have no doubt about, and I don't know
I'm
why
sure
it's
they
not
do.
showing up in the writing there,
Yeah.
but that was what was communicated to me.
I'm
for
sure they're in other places, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sure
they
you're
could,
right.
there's no way for them to get it unless there's some kind of a signal for them to
Yeah.
capture.
Well, and one of my meetings with Lynn, I said, can we put a smart sensor on Lake Geneva to take the data for lake levels?
Well, we
So-
got that already.
Oh, no, you know what she told me they do? Once a week, one of the staff goes out and takes a picture. And there's a stick in the water.
No.
And they take a
I
picture
did that
and they send the
online.
picture off to the water
You
district.
can go to St. John's
St.
Water,
John's
they have
Water.
a website, they update it every day.
I've checked, not for Lake Geneva.
Yes, they do.
It's right out by the pavilion.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I've
Brooklyn.
checked, I cannot find it.
I'll send you the link.
Okay.
All right, we got to move on.
Okay,
Because
all right, yes, next.
we are running out of time.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Just real quick, on your getting people involved, and Steve, you were there, I'm pretty sure, that back when we did the streetscapes, our engineering, we had community involvement, business and everything at the pavilion, and they had these little devices that we could score stuff.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
And it came up, and they took that.
Yeah.
And that's something, I don't know if our engineering firm that we have now does anything like that, but that's a way that you can communicate, the citizens can communicate. I don't know if any of y'all were there, but everybody got a little one of these devices.
Got the vote.
And they put up these things, and you got to score what you thought, and that's why a lot of that streetscape is the way it is. So.
So, just for the future, I plan to bring up a proposal at the Monday meeting and say, ask for you to vote on establishing an ad hoc working group. And so think the pros and cons of that, maybe there's an alternative, but look for that to happen on Monday.
Great,
Okay?
great job there. You
All right.
wanted to talk about a Christmas market.
Yes, ma'am.
If you have a
Snip.
second slideshow for that one.
Slideshow on Christmas markets?
And we got about 20 minutes. I only need 5 minutes for
Okay.
my last
Okay.
slide.
And
15.
while we're wrapping that conversation, he's pulling this up. My point of clarity on the smart city, and that it just rumbles in my mouth like gravel. I'm sorry, I'm not an elected official. It's not my call. It's y'all's. But I'm not going to any meeting to learn about that. When I go to the TPO meeting, I'm going to learn about this turn lane, which you guys in unison,
Gotcha.
all
Okay.
5 of you have told me about that.
What is the name of the group that is? putting-
Transportation Planning
But that is to
Authority.
do with Smart City?
I
Or
have
no?
no idea if they have anything to do with Smart City.
What is the group though that, over that for the county? I could probably ask Betsy or somebody.
Yeah, I can research that for you, but
Okay.
I don't know that. I just want to clarify when I go up on March 14th with Betsy.
We have a lot of digging
what
to
I'm
do
going
with
to
that whole
do.
concept.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have had Christmas events, and I've had, I'll call it my dream. Let's just have a dream. And go to the next slide, please. Here's what I'm going to cover: the basic concept or idea, example market pictures. I have a couple personal pictures from when I lived in Germany. There's a few more examples, cost options, and a possible approach. So next slide, please. Okay, so the basic idea is to have a gathering place, mainly on weekends, for market vendors, food vendors, and a stage for performances. And we already do this in our community. The Women's Club does a very nice activity. We have opened up the theme park here in the back, and we have vendors and July 4th and other events. We already kind of do this. This is to take it from the Volkswagen level to the Cadillac level. And maybe I'm reaching too far. Pull me back if I am, but I want to amp it up. And so what I want the city to do is buy these kiosks, and the vendors would rent them. The city buys them, stores them, breaks them down, sets them up, connects the electricity. We're the landlords. And then the vendors rent the stalls, and the stalls are built such that they can lock them up. So they can leave all their stuff in the stalls, they lock it up, and they come back next weekend and they're all set to go. The community or organizations can sign up to perform on the stage. Schools, churches, the community band, we can have all kinds of performances. It does two things. It creates a very nice holiday atmosphere when you have that kind of music and that kind of, but it also brings in all the parents and the grandparents, and guess what? They buy stuff at the vendors' kiosks. So it's a two-edged sword, but both edges are helping us. And so one of the companies is a company called Eddie Leisure. Now the difficulty with this is finding the companies that build these. They are very few and far between. But let's take a look at pictures, what I'm talking about. Next slide. Okay, so this is the Heidelberger Weihnachtsmarkt. If you don't know your German, that simply means it's in Heidelberg, and it is the Christmas market. And this is 3 kiosks there side by side, and the vendors decorate them, and everything's lit up. It's very festive, and there's rows and rows of these. Now Heidelberg is a large city, so you would expect that. We won't have that many, and they probably won't start out this decorated. This has been around for a couple centuries. Okay, they know how to do it. They've been doing it for centuries. Next one, please. The Dresden Streitzelmarkt is the oldest Christmas market in all of Germany. It's in the city of Dresden. And Streitzel is a form of bread. It's a special bread with nuts and raisins or something like that. And so this market is named after the bread. And so each one of the markets has its own name. If you've been to Germany, you've probably heard of the Christkindlmarkt. That's the Christ Child mark. And so that market is oriented, not 100%, but many or most of its vendors are religiously oriented toward the Christ Child. And so we can choose however we want to call it. Most likely it's just the Christmas market, but we could come up with something else. Next slide, please. Okay, so here I am. I'm in Cologne, or as they say in Germany, Köln. And Köln has actually 5 Christmas markets. And there's a small train that runs between the 5 markets. And they each have their own theme. One is a medieval Christmas market. And so you can literally spend a whole weekend riding this train around, going from Christmas market to Christmas market to Christmas market. And they're huge. And this is my son Luke. He's helping me out with the picture there. Of course, now he's in college, so this was a while ago. All right. It's Kölner Dome, which is the Cologne Cathedral there. Next slide. One more, I think, with Luke. Yes. Okay. And there are different kinds of kiosks. You can see they're not all the same. But there is an advantage to having a similarity within the market. It just gives you a very comfortable feeling. And all the vendors then, they can go to any stall, kiosk, and they know how it operates. They don't have to worry about, well, this stall is made by this company and it works this way, but this stall is made by this other company and it works differently, because they are different. Okay, next one. All right, so this is in Chicago. So we do have a few of these markets here. Not many in America, but there are a few. Chicago's is rather large. It's very well attended, and I've been there. It's very nice. Okay, and this one, the Chicago, is the Christ Child Market. Okay, so we could do that if we wanted. Next. This is a typical stall stand kiosk. They come in various sizes. This is one of the larger ones. You typically order a larger one for a food vendor. They normally need more space for their machinery, especially if they're cooking hot stuff, and they need more electricity also. Next. This is just another example, a row of kiosks. You can have the door on the side, you can have the door on the back, different variations. Next. Not as decorated, but the same idea. Next slide. So this is a very basic vendor kiosk here. This is a side entrance. The door on the side there, or the half door, swings out. This is kind of what you buy when you get the kiosk to begin with. This is the basics. Next. There's another basic kiosk. The front tray there actually folds down to create that whatever you call it, that space to set on, but then it folds up, and that's how you lock it up. You have a lock on the door on the outside, and the whole thing is locked up, and everything inside is safe. Next. Typical size, but there are, again, different sizes. Next. This is one of the companies here, and they show, what I like about this is they show you how it breaks down into The top left corner is the fully broke down. You do need a forklift, but then it folds out to its kiosk. And so this is how it would be stored when it's not in use. Next. Here's kind of a breakdown too. You can have roll top, Rolandans. Next. Okay, so now we start getting into costs. And the 3 market vendors that I have found are in the UK, Germany, and I believe the third one's in the Netherlands. And then I think I found one company in New York that also does these. And I don't know if they ship them in from Europe or if they build them themselves. And so that's what you see here is 2,900 pounds. That's probably close to $4,000, be a rough guess, for this particular one. Next one. This is off the German website, different prices, different sizes. Next. More options, different prices, different sizes. Again, from the German website. Next. So these are the 4 possible, UK, Germany, Netherlands, and New York that I have been able to find. Next. So my concept, and again, this is just let's throw some mud on the wall and see what sticks. It can be modified, but it's to buy a few this year. What I mean by a few is 8 to 10 kiosks. And I think the cost for the kiosks themselves can be $25,000. Maybe I can get a discount for buying in bulk, but shipping costs are going to be large. And so I doubled that price up to $50,000 for shipping to get them here. This could be less. We could do it with fewer. We could try this out with 2 kiosks. I just, again, throw mud at the wall and see what sticks. And then for Christmas 2024, specifically the weekend of our parade, set up these kiosks, rent them out to vendors, and only for 1 or 2 weekends, see what the vendors think, see what the people think, see what kind of electricity requirements we have. Is this working? Is this worth it? And then go for the centennial. And if everything works out for this Christmas here in 2024, go ahead and purchase a 30 or so or more, and set it up and just make it happen. And again, I would volunteer to head this up if the council wants to pursue this. This is a big deal. This is a big ask. So if the council says no, it's no problem. Understand? Okay, I think this would be so much fun. If you've ever been to any of these Christmas markets before, you know what I'm talking about. Jorge.
I'm thinking as you're talking, and obviously the expense involved in getting this from overseas and all that, why don't we approach the University of Florida Field Department? They're always looking for projects to do. I'm not gonna say that maybe the quality won't be there, who knows, but they're looking for projects to do, and maybe they foot the bill or some of the bill. I say that because my son has a theater degree, but he's in North Carolina, and he's a set designer, he's a set carpenter, and he builds beautiful things. So it would, I know it's not, I know that's here and that's there, but.
Right. I thought similarly, and I thought maybe if we buy these and I buy 8 different ones, then we look at them, figure them out, and then we look locally to see who could build them for us. Because I have a real good carpenter friend. I don't know if anybody knows Donald Love, but he's awesome.
He's very good.
Are you talking about the city purchasing the kiosks and the public works people building the kiosks?
No. Well, they'd set them up.
Oh, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Putting them
Yeah,
together.
they'd have to do that,
Because
yes.
they're a kit,
Yeah.
obviously.
Right.
Okay, so the public works would be setting all these kiosks up. Okay, now, in the past, we've had plenty of vendors pull out at the last minute, right, Tony?
Yeah.
And that would be a problem. If we purchased all that, like what you said, 8 to 10 or something like that?
Yeah, well, the last women's fair, I went around and counted, and there was more than 30 vendors there.
Okay.
So we could easily fill in if someone backs out.
Can I just jump in here? Tony,
That's
you
a lot.
remember when we had the farmer's market? I think we did it
Right
twice.
across here.
I
In the
did-
nature park?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
nature-
yeah, and we, And we had problems with vendors. It started out big. They loved it, they would show up, they didn't have enough sales, they didn't come back.
Right.
So towards the end, about the only vendor that was doing a good business was Frank the Baker, and we'd show up and buy stuff from Frank and go home. So I'm not a naysayer. I like the concept. It sounds more like an Oktoberfest, but put it over to Christmas, a community thing like La Crosse, Wisconsin. They've been doing this forever. As far as the kiosks, most vendors have their own tents and setups, so I don't think we have to furnish that for them. And then you've got storage issues. I like the overall concept. As far as the community band, Charlie, I gave you that sheet with the band schedule. Christmas is what, December 14th?
Yes, it is.
Is that the parade?
Yeah.
Because we're doing our concert then, too.
Yeah, it is.
Well, plus, there's a,
So we may have to rethink that.
The
No, we don't.
disadvantage of tents is you can't lock it up. If there's bad weather, that can be a problem with tents.
Well, no, I'm not saying we build them. They bring their own.
I know, I'm saying, but those are the disadvantages, and it doesn't look festive.
But just looking at the big picture, maybe build something like that around December 14. You're going to have the parade at night.
No, you don't build it on the 14th, you build it the 7th.
Well, okay, but that would be the high point, and then the band is already planning on doing a concert at the pavilion. We got that.
Right,
got that set.
1 hour, 2 hours, 1
1
night.
hour, yeah,
And you're
yeah.
talking about putting them behind City Hall?
Oh,
or-
now that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, because we gotta talk about electricity requirements, and, I need level spaces to put these on, because they have floors and bottoms on
Right.
them.
It's like
And
a
so,
shed.
so it is a logistics and engineering consideration. Here, over there, down there, I don't know yet.
Would you be charging the people that are going to
Oh, yeah.
use this,
Yes.
Yeah, so the idea is
you have
not,
to give them, it would have to be,
they would have to make a deposit.
okay.
Yes, I would not look to recover the cost of the purchase, but I would look for the electricity bill money to be covered, for operational costs to be covered. So hopefully it wouldn't be, I don't know, $100 a day, maybe less.
May I
You know.
suggest something?
Yes.
Next time we do something like that, similar, the next event, go and find out with the vendors, because usually it's the same type of vendors that come in at the same time to see if it's feasible for them to
Afford
pay
that,
amount.
yeah.
Because if not, you'll be wasting time and money. I'm a big shopper, and I would love to see something like
Yeah.
that. But I don't want to put anybody down, okay? But I don't see the quality of what I've seen in town, and believe me, I come every time there's something going on. Okay, I don't see the quality of the products or even the food that is being provided to
offset.
So there's two things that my observation is. One is, first of all, we gotta get this out early. We need to put this on our calendar right now. The whole weekend of December 14th, we're gonna do this, and vendors start signing up now. Because my niece, she and her husband have a meat business. And they raise cattle and they sell the beef online. And she asked me, when is Keystone Heights gonna have theirs this past Christmas? I couldn't find it on the website. I couldn't find out anywhere. And when I finally figured out what the date was and told her, she said, oh, we're already committed to another place. So we gotta get that word out, because we're missing out on vendors because we don't start early enough.
And I don't want to sound snobby, but I've been to the markets in Paris, okay, and there are pretty much tents, and they are gorgeous. And you find meats, you find cheeses, clothing, everything in the world there, and they just put it up on the street, okay, and it's not, I mean, it's great.
Well, the second thing I'll say is that the first year we do this, don't expect total success. We have to get a reputation that we have quality kiosks, and that there are people who will come because of the concerts, because of the lights, because of whatever it is. And so this will take a few years to build those people to come in.
That's a mistake. That'd be the 14th. Yeah, I have to double check with Mike.
But other countries do it similar, dissimilar. And so in Italy, when you're a small city, they will do little individual ones spaced out all over a big park. You don't have to have a big, and that encourages the flow.
Yes.
I think there's a lot of ways to do it.
There
I
are.
think we have the local resources to build it even, and start small and grow it from there. But I think it's an amazing idea.
Yeah, I like the idea. Let's do baby steps, and we already got a parade set for the evening. Let's do the focal point of this during the day, have the community band play. Get vendors lined up as soon as you can. They can bring their own tents. Yeah, we have to worry about power and all that, but if we want to make this more of a citywide type of event, now's the time to, but I would go small steps first.
And at night, downtown is empty completely.
Right.
Maybe you could start with doing something in the evening, you know, there won't be that many trucks going by, and, you know, it will get it downtown a little bit more, you will have more parking spaces, because everything is closed at night
Right.
downtown, so I don't.
Well, the 14th, it's packed with the parade. Yeah. Yeah. But this would be something we could do during the day, and have the beach be the focal point.
Yeah, so in my small town, we had 5,000 people where I lived in Germany. And there was a tiny, tiny castle.
Yes, Garrett, I'm sorry.
And that's,
Not to cut in, but my thing is logistics of moving and storage.
Right.
Those are my only two.
I'm going to address all of that as soon as they get done, because I have a whole different idea about this.
and so the little tiny village, they did it next to the castle. And of course, the castle was all lit up, and so there was a beauty in the location, and it was very small. It was just a tiny community, and so we didn't have but maybe 20 kiosks total or something like that. But it was a place for the locals to gather, and their school groups to sing, and their church groups to sing, and that kind of a thing. So you don't. I'm sorry that my pictures are from Dusseldorf and Heidelberg, and that's all I could find though.
Are y'all done? Because I want to kind of come back. First of all, great idea. I love the whole idea of amping up Christmas. I think we have tons of opportunities. I want to see kids going around doing Christmas carols throughout, from the time we do our parade to Christmas, like at people's houses, like you see in the old days, right? You know, there's all so many things we can do, and I think it's a great idea. What I'd like to do is the whole thing, if we invest in the whole kiosk concept, is that we look at it for full time all year long.
Oh.
And the reason I say that is, as we look at our tourism plans for the future, our lakes are coming back, our city is going to have some changes. We're going to have people come in here more often. They're going to have people come in here who'd like to set up a business maybe, or we don't have any space to offer for them to do that. So downtown in, let's see, it's St. Simon's Island. And there's other places, and matter of fact, I will find the episode on Hometown Takeover where they did exactly this, to bring in businesses to a small town that doesn't have a lot of land to use the kiosk concept, and it's full time. These people who come in, those vendors, I have a friend who had one at St. Simon's with her dog business, all the stuff she sold with her dogs. She lived in a kiosk for years selling right there on the island, which now has a store. But they stay out full time, so we don't have a storage problem. If we're going to invest money in all the power needs and stuff like that, the leveling of the land, and to place them, maybe you start out with 4 or 5 initially and you grow it, right? We have a perfect place across the street that we could consider, I think, if that's potential. But I say it's something that's full time, and you have these vendors who want to be here, but they don't want to spend $3,000 a month to rent something downtown that's not necessarily kind of fits for them. We just don't have the real estate or the buildings for people to do that. And with the knowing what's coming, which I'm going to call it a tsunami that I think none of us are ready for, this was an opportunity to get businesses to come in. It could be, some we say they're just for vendors at special events. Some are permanent, they're here every weekend, or they're here throughout the week. They're just like our businesses downtown. They're open during the same hours, and it's a better use of the money, and we don't have to worry about storing them. They stay put up and they get, put away at night. I've seen how that works. I remember Lynn telling me that's how they did it. But on Hometown, and I will find that episode. You guys watch what they did. Similarly, they didn't have room for people to go, and they had them all lined up. They actually had them back to back in an alleyway. It makes me think about where that ice box is over here that we're getting ready to close off, that little area right there. And they had them all lined up where people could walk in between, but they were there all the time. So really, it's a great idea when you think about it, and I think that we have a need right now. We don't have space. And I think we also are kind of, killing two birds, amping up the holidays, but giving tourists or potential future business owners or people who want to come here permanently, could be selling all her baking goods every day like the gal in Middleburg, who's so great. But she has a solid building that she can come and work in and have her stuff here when she shows up, and they pay us that rental fee to use that, but we own it and we maintain it or whatever.
Mr. Bell owns the church.
Yes.
There's adequate parking, adequate grounds. It's centrally located. If you wanted to set up like a Santa's Village or something like that, that might be a good space. We'd have to rent the land from, or the vendors would have to rent the land. Also, check out Santa's Village north of Elgin, Illinois. That's a permanent.
Yeah, I think there's a lot, but so I think open up some good conversation with this. I mean, it's something to look into.
So my way forward is at the Monday meeting. I'll make a motion of some kind here to purchase the first kiosks. So council members, I'll just ask you to think about it. What community members, give your input. Let's get this ball rolling.
I would suggest before then that you check out where we're going to pull the money from out of the budget.
Right.
Because that's going to have to be something we
And maybe we
definitely
buy
discuss.
one and then, just like George mentioned, go to UF and say, hey, guys. I mean, I don't know. I mean, we buy one and we try to copy it, I don't know. They're pretty simple design. They're like little mini she sheds in a way. Just what they just are, you can secure them better, Yeah.
But also, if you're looking at permanent versus needing them to be put away, that's gonna be a very different
You're right.
design and structure.
Right.
Just north of
It could be-
Tampa at, near Wesley Chapel, there's a similar concept that's made out of shipping containers.
Yeah.
And they have shipping containers there that they have just cut out the windows that then can close in. But that's a permanent
That's
thing.
right.
That doesn't need to be foldable and put away.
You're right.
Because we're doing this permanent.
Making it
thing.
secure, you're right.
Like you were saying, Mayor, rather than.
Yeah.
And then they do them with murals and stuff. It's not just a little looking.
Yeah, they're pretty.
shipping containers.
They've done some really
they
creative
do
stuff,
those
and it might
kind
be
of things.
cheaper route.
And I'm not saying that's the right route either, but I do think when we're talking about design, the first decision needs to be made, are we talking, fold up, put away, forklift them out? Because that's a different structure
Yeah.
and a different thing that you're proposing than if we're talking.
And we don't have
about
anywhere to
more of a
store stuff
permanent
like that.
Well, and permanent versus temporary, you get into zoning issues. I mean, big time. I mean, if we do it as an event down at the beach, that's okay, we can approve that.
Yeah.
But if it's gonna be a permanent location somewhere,
Yeah.
then you're gonna have to go through.
gotta have the right-
Somebody's gonna have to go through a rezoning, and we don't really wanna be, I don't think, in the retail business, and we're kind of diving into it. But if we have a special event, invite vendors, they bring their own tents, might be a good way to start.
There's just a lot of
In
things.
conjunction with something else like the parade.
Right.
Yeah, I had thought about doing it July 4th and Blue on the Boulevard. And so going back to what you said, do it more than once a year.
I think it's easier to justify cost if it's done more than once or twice a year.
Well, you're talking Christmas, so, it'd be a
I mean, it's
good
just-
fit.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I also think that the Europeans have been doing this for centuries.
Yeah.
There's a reason why they don't leave them up all the time. They're only for the holidays, they're only for festive times. And so I think it would be prudent for us to learn from them. We don't have to follow them, but be careful.
We just have to
It's a
figure out
business
money.
model, one of the business
Yes.
models.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move along, because
have
we are
one
late.
Question?
Yes.
There are kind of two types of people that I've noticed. There's the visionaries, they got the plans, and there are people that kind of look at practicality and like, okay, how is this going to work? What is it all involved? I'm kind of the latter. A lot of times that comes across as negative, not wanting to do things, and so I don't want to be taken away. I love
That's
the
okay.
idea. But there's going to be a lot of practical issues and zoning issues. The competing in space with the parks, with the park plan, dual uses of that. There's a lot of engineering that's going to have to be due with leveling, with providing power and other facilities there. With parking, there's all kinds of stuff that's going to go along with that, whether it's temporary or permanent. Those are all going to be fixed costs. The other thing that concerns me is I'm more of I like small government, right? I want my government to do little things and do it well. I don't think, the role of the city is to be, a realtor or a landlord for businesses. So that's definitely one of my concerns. That's not where I want to see my tax money going.
I agree with that
Why?
100%.
And Mr. Yeah, you brought that up, and I totally agree with that. I would love for a community organization to come to the city and say, hey, we want to do this, and the city provide, the zoning, the property, or whatever is needed for that. I don't want to see the city.
I guarantee you, when the water starts coming in, you're going to have outside money coming in with all sorts of ideas, and
We have no
let free
idea what's-
enterprise do it. But as far as a special event for a Christmas thing, I like that idea, but limited.
So my response would be, how does McDonald's control all of its franchisees? It owns the land. That's how it controls them. And so, for the city to make sure that we can maintain control of this and that the right things are done, we need to have ownership in part of it, not just let it go anywhere, and not just zoning. We really need, something in the game. We really need a piece of the game. We really need to own part of it. And that's why I say we own the kiosk, because, a normal vendor, they're not gonna be able to afford a kiosk like that. They're gonna pay $200 for a tent, and that's it.
And they come and go.
Yeah, and they come and go.
You have changes.
Right,
or-
and you have no control
It gives you a
over
lot
the
of
look,
flexibility.
no control over how festive it is, the lighting.
Yeah.
So this is about creating and this is what they do in Europe again, is creating the atmosphere that we want to have seen, that we want pictured in the newspaper and on the website, and that kind of a thing.
My response to that would be that the city permits are going to be permitting these events. If you're doing a Christmas event on city property, you're permitting, you set the rules for what it looks like. You set the rules for the amount of area per vendor, the facilities that are present.
Right.
You can control that.
Yeah,
No, but what's the problem is that they can't afford it. And so you make 90% of the vendors can't come when you set all those rules up.
Right, but you could have, again, I love the idea. I don't think it's the government's role. You could have a community organization, say, whether it's Friends of Keystone Heights or somebody starts something that they want to have this happen, and that organization can pull people's money and buy the kiosk and do it. I don't think it's the city's role to be.
That's an option. Yeah, and I'm an engineer, so actually, the concept idea, that's unfamiliar territory for me. I'm with you. You gotta do the infrastructure. I wanna bury all the electrical outlets once we figure this whole thing out, so that none of it is you don't have tape and you don't have people tripping, and, I really want the infrastructure to be set up proper. So I'm with you on the devils in the details type of thing.
And it's not hard.
If it's something the community wants, then someone who really wants it can take the lead and the community can do it. I just don't think that's gonna be the government. Should be the government.
And really, it's, my friend, a good friend of mine, I could ask her, so what was the setup there in St. Simon's Island? How did you acquire the kiosk? Who owns it? What was the cost? What were the positives, negatives? I can reach out to their city government, even their mayor, and find out the details of it.
Sure.
Because I'm not about recreating what we could already find out, right? Let's find out from others how they experienced it. But I just feel like having it more, especially with our future, and I know what's coming, we have to think about that. It's not just about Christmas. We are going to have other people wanting to come here and have business here. So it's an opportunity, maybe? I don't know until we kind of drill down further. But I appreciate your input there, Mr. Stanley.
Yeah, a PUD.
Yeah,
something
right.
For that.
Exactly. It is the zoning thing, you're correct. So we're going to move along, and I know you had two more things, Dan, the general city improvements and CR funds. We're already late, and I need 5 minutes.
Mention them real quick, and I'm so happy with some of the things I've already heard. I had 4 parts to my general city improvements. First was a strategic long-term calendar. And so we've already talked about a calendar. This paper came out today, and so I'm so happy. But I would like to see on our calendar, at least 6 months out, everything. And your proposal to have more workshops is what I was going to suggest.
Yeah.
So very much thank you. We're thinking like mind melt here. Welcome.
Okay.
So that was the first thing. Second thing is, we have not been doing performance reports for our city manager. And now we have a city clerk and a city manager. We need to be doing performance reports.
Yep.
Now, when I was on council before, Marion Kelly was on council with me. She was the HR director at Electric, and we put together a proposal. And so I could try to resurrect that as an idea, but we need to give them feedback
Yes.
properly, and we haven't been doing that. Third thing was, or the last thing was, our residents, and I just got this, this weekend I went up to the Clay County Outdoor Adventure Park, brand new, open. It's beautiful. My son and I went shooting on the gun range out there, and it's wonderful. And guess what? Clay County residents get a price break when they go there. We don't have one thing in this city that gives any resident a price break for anything. And they're the ones that pay all the taxes. And so I would like to bring up the idea that we should look at what can we give our residents as a benefit because they're the ones pay the taxes. The first thing that comes to mind is renting the pavilion. There ought to be, in my mind, a price differential between a resident who rents it and someone who is not a resident.
I had that exact conversation with someone in the Bells and Star who's a city resident, and they said, it cost me $800 to rent that pavilion, but why do I not get a break for being a city citizen? You used to get a break, I think, when you were a city resident for renting that.
Yeah, I agree.
So those are my general things.
Well, we do have a fee schedule that we adopted, what, a couple of years ago, Tony?
Yes, but I agree.
Yeah, I do
mean,
too.
Yeah,
Back
should.
in the old days, when we had a ticket booth, if you were a city resident, you got a thing mailed to you where if you used the beach, you could show your pass and you come in free. But that, I mean, that was a long time ago, but I do agree that the city residents, the taxpayers, and I would even extend that to business owners that have a business here. They're paying taxes.
Yep.
They need to be able to benefit, you know, if they want to have a function in that pavilion, that they need to have a discount also.
Yeah, or
That's a good idea.
Sell annual passes to non-residences, people that don't live in the city. It's like $10, $15 to use our beach. They'd pay that, I would think.
So I want to introduce the subject and start with the pavilion, then look at other ideas.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I agree with that too. Okay. CRA funds discussion.
It was my understanding from Lynn that we had enough money to purchase the China Chef with CRA funds.
That's true.
Okay. And so that was my discussion was, if there is a definition of blight, which is what CRA funding is for, it is the China Chef.
Oh, okay.
That is blight, and it is in the zone for CRA.
It is.
And so my discussion and preparation for our vote on Monday is that we use CRA funds to purchase the China Chef. That was all I was going to suggest.
That's where I was going to draw it from. I don't know if you told me to or not, but I'm in
I
agreement.
think we did talk about it.
Yeah, we
but-
kicked it around a little bit, and I recall Lynn saying that the money's there.
And the money is there.
And it
right.
clearly is within the guidelines of the county, as to what we can do with it.
I think it's a wonderful use of CRA funds.
All right. Last but not least, so Bo, can you go to my slide that was next about the City Hall meeting room? Hi, Brandon. Welcome, thanks for coming. Oh, you have? Oh. Have you been watching Tops of Our Heads?
Yeah.
Oh, don't you just love it? Bo's pulling up my last slide. Really do appreciate you guys hanging with us. This was a long one. The next ones will hopefully just focus on one subject. We just had a lot of backwash that had to kind of be put out there.
Thank you for doing this.
So I, probably could have gone on all day, but I have to respect folks' time. Oh, yeah, you can take that down, I guess, right? Oh, well, it's kind of hard to see it. I'll kind of, the slides show it too, but I can kind of,
I'll arrange it later, I'll put the black sign
okay.
up there.
They can't really, it's not as pretty as that is. He's just trying to find a slide. It should be the next one that was coming up. It's toward the end of the deck.
I'm not positive it's on your thumb drive. It might be that
He was, he showed it, it was on there a few minutes ago.
And what was it labeled?
Meeting room, City Hall meeting room. It's on my main deck. It's at the end of the slide. Okay, go to the end.
There we go.
Keep going down. To the, like the,
Oops. Be the last one.
near the, toward the end of the slides. Okay. Slow down. Okay. Now back up to the next slide. All right. You know, I've been kind of visiting this room as a attendee since 2017. At, you know, Heritage Commission, all the stuff we do. I watch videos. I also have tried to listen to speakers talk, watch what they're presenting. Not to mention, this room as a whole, to me, has some challenges. I think presentations are your opportunity to connect to the audience, and my goal is to get more audience. Like today is one of the biggest audiences we've had since I've been a mayor. And to me, it's like, the reason people don't come is because, number one, it's not real comfortable. It's kind of cold in here. It's not inviting. These are some quotes from people that I've talked to. It's hard to hear and see what's going on. These monitors, just like when Aaron presented and Phil at the meeting in January, all this detail, and we did have 30 or more people here, you couldn't see what was on this monitor. I mean, it really impossible. Not to mention, how many of you walk in and you're like, we're going through an agenda and you're like, I don't even know what's coming up next, right? So in fairness to our audience, which I think is our most important part of this whole thing that we do, is we need to think about them and their experience as a citizen when we have a meeting, okay?
Our chairs are very
So I know what you're talking about, okay? So again, it's to promote and extend positive attendee experience. I used to do customer experience all the time in my days at Abbott, and I always thought about the customer before I considered anything with the organization. Number two, create an inviting and professional appearance. I'll be honest with you, this room is not professional looking. I go to other meetings, we can amp it up a little bit, okay? To make it comfortable and visually stimulating. Comfortable, like you said, the chairs are horrible. We're going to address that a little bit. Visually stimulating. This is hard to see. I mean, I got these old eyes. Sitting back where you guys are on that back row, you probably got to squint a little bit to see any details. And when she did those plans and Phil did, I couldn't even up from here read what was being presented. So I had to go home and pull it up on that, you know, the 300-page agenda thing, which was impossible to read as well. So we want to change some of that up. So my plan, and I don't know, some of you don't know, I am a DIY queen. And I am a great visionary when it comes to design and decor and making a room feel comfortable, even professionally, not just personally, okay? Pretty creative. My idea is to empty this room out with everything that we can take out of here to come up with what we're going to do next to the room. Meaning, when I say empty, I mean like that credenza thing there, the chairs, any kind of movable, the podium, that desk in the back. So we have basically clear walls, ceiling, and floors. I know we can't move this, and we probably leave that right there. But essentially get a big picture, get the room nice and cleaned up. This videographer desk, I believe we can do what we need to do with our recordings and all that from a simple desk. It doesn't have to be that monstrosity thing back there. It can give us additional seating. It's not very friendly. You walk in, somebody's sitting there like this looking at you. You know, that's the first thing that people see when they walk in here before we have a meeting. It's not inviting. Also, these letters on this front thing, looks like a third grader made them. Excuse, they probably did a better job.
Actually,
It's what they had under the prisoners, right?
He was a prisoner.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're past that. I'm sorry. I think we can do a better job to look more professional in a real simple way. So to remove those from the dais. My plan is to, once we remove some things that we can take out, and I meant to bring my color chip palette today, but I left it at home, is to paint all the walls and ceilings, okay? The ceiling's solid white. Get rid of all that framing, all that.
Can't, because those are drop ceiling.
No, you can still paint them.
You can paint this, you're wanting to paint the black and white?
Yes, you can still do the
Oh, I
drop.
know that.
It's just to make it visually look solid. I'm trying to save money. I'm trying to do this on a, like I say, DIY, right? Okay, so update the lighting. I was with a citizen here recently, and it was early in the morning, and I'm trying to sit down with him and go through the smart city thing and all this detail. He was one that had a lot of concerns, frustrated with the information. I wanted to clarify details for him. And honestly, it was so dim. It was kind of light. It was real dark outside that day, dreary. And that's when partly that blind was up, because I think Drew got it up and we couldn't get it to go back up or come back down. Anyway, we were, and Stephanie, they were trying to help me sit down with him. And honestly, it was really dim in here to see. And about halfway through, him and I had a 2.5 hour meeting. And about halfway through, all of a sudden the lights come on. We need to look at updated lighting. I don't know if it's to replace what we have as far as the fluorescents, or do we have the pucks put in, that you have like spotlighting, which are very cheap to do these days. We can get an estimate. I figure that might be the biggest cost, but certainly can't be crazy money. I think there's something we can do better with that. Freshen the artwork. Like I said, take everything down. When I say freshen, I'm trying to get a continuity visualization plan in here so everything flows. To me, it's kind of choppy, botchy. It looks like somebody hung that there, hung that here. It just feels like it could be a little better done, and maybe add some additional historic artwork, which I'm sure we have.
Or photographs.
Photographs, exactly. Fill in these walls a little bit. The seal. We want to relocate these storage buildings of heritage materials in a safe place. Charlie is looking into that for me as we speak. Absolutely want to be careful nothing gets destroyed. It has to be in a safe environment place, and we think we do have a place to put them. Then I want to take a huge seal of the city, or a logo, to put behind us. Again, you got to remember, I'm going to show you my proposed idea on the paint to show you how it's going to be dramatic. To put our seal back there, and also, so I have new letters for the wall, not for the dais here, but for the wall. It says City Hall, but it'll have the city seal, okay? But they'd be very professional looking. Maybe metal or something like that. We're going to put a seal on the podium. I noticed they had that at Stark. Looked really nice. Biggest thing, most importantly, is a screen that is for the audience. We can keep these like they are, but a screen, so the audio visual in here does need to be improved. So we're looking at a smart city projector screen, smart screen that connects to iPad, computer, whatever.
Jumbotron.
Jumbo, not real jumbo, but big enough so it sits right there, angled at the audience, so they can see everything that we're doing. They can, if we don't have a PowerPoint, they see the agenda right there in front of them. Plus, we can hand them a copy so they can make notes. Do things that are user-friendly, right? And the idea is that they're connected to us at all times. And right now, we're not. It's hard. This is perfect, but we can't do this for the council meetings. On the video audio, like I mentioned, these cameras right here, they see the top of our head. They do not see our face. That needs to change. All this vocal stuff, like the girl, so when they're doing the minutes, they have to use those recordings to get specific. They can't just take all these notes. They match that to what the recording is. And we've got to make sure that people's voices are getting caught and captured throughout. So I think it's a matter of just looking at, I think it's okay, but we could amp it up a little bit. Realigning the cameras. There's actually even cameras now that will pick up if I make a smirk or I smile or something. It will move to my face. The camera kind of scans when you're sitting up in a situation. Not that we need that, but they will do that these days. And also, like I mentioned, the whole thing about the desk. I think we don't need all that, and we can make that a little smaller, create additional seating. I think it's going to look a little better. Next slide. Okay, this is an estimate. I did do some research on it. So painting the walls, I'm looking at a two-tone type of coloring, a lighter and a darker to offset the, really, it's the architecture of the room. This is totally like a, deco or mid-century style building, and I want to enhance that a bit. It is a pretty special building the way the setup is. Update the lighting, freshen the artwork. The seal, I purchased that for the behind the wall here. Letters above the dais. They might even be letters that I can buy and paint and make them look like metal. A seal on the podium. These are just things that are like decal. Okay, nothing crazy big. Also, this portable screen for audience viewing, realigning the cameras, kind of figuring out if there's a cost associated or is it just a simple realignment, I don't know. And then also a desk. I even downloaded a desk today that could be used, that I can get in town here for $175. That would work ideal, and I can paint it to match our decor. Chalk paint. What I mean, you know, it's kind of what we got to.
Painted everything in our house.
I am, yep. If you can't make it, buy it to make it look it, you can make it look like it. So in all that cost, I'm estimating around $1,600, not more than $2,000 would be my goal. The unknown, of course, is the electric, and I do think, you know, we just want to do something that just gives us more lighting that's more crisp and brighter. I don't care about dimmers and all that mess. I just want to see it enhanced so people, you can light it up the room if you want to have it lit up. So the next slide. All right. Where's that poster board at? And you can hold it up. And you can pass it around. So I was here the other day, I took photographs, and I could have done better angles, but this, essentially, it's all 4 walls.
Just pass it, and I'll put it up.
Yeah, you can pass it around. And then next slide. It's all 4 walls, floors are beautiful. Now, you can see a subtle color change, okay? And what I did and what I looked at was painting these 2 walls here, and that back wall solid, like either a pale blue to go with our seal, or a pale gray, all right? Again, I'm looking at our blue chairs and our blue window treatments that we don't want to get rid of. Then take either a cobalt blue to accent this wall, and cobalt blue that goes only on those little squares to accent the mid-century look. Or not, don't know yet. But I think it becomes an art element in the room because of the way those blocks are, you know. And then the little things that would happen would be, so here, imagine these are gone, and this room, this whole wall right here in the corners are like, let's say it's like a cobalt blue or a slate gray, something like that. This big seal is in the middle. We could do, you know, City Hall, whatever, here, and then bring the flags in on the inside of the windows, okay? The letters go away on the front here. I was going to accent black on these lines here, and also some of the stuff on this front podium, you know, make it a little bit more, the black or the dark gray would be used as grounding colors. And then on the artwork, we'll look for some more artwork that we could hang, say, on this wall or round, whatever we can find. But take those frames and paint them a dark color like black, so it looks a little bit more crisp looking against the black and white picture. But that's kind of what I'm visualizing, and it's just basically a real minor facelift. These chairs, I also not crazy about the chairs, but that could be a bit of a cost element unless we can find somebody that might be selling some that might be that we want to take a look at buying, and then we sell these, right? So I was just trying to go with the most minimal facelift and better experience, I think, for the room. Back there, this little desk I saw was a L-shaped desk, low desk, chair, computer, lamp, whatever they need to use to record and all that for us. But it would be, like I say, it looks like a conference desk, but nothing like that. And it's pretty cheap. What do you all think about that?
What's above this Walmart drop ceiling? Huh?
There's a lot of wires.
Probably
A lot of wires?
Yeah. We kind of, you know, because we're down the road probably going to kick around the idea of a new city hall. I mean, don't know yet. I think for now, we just kind of got to deal with what we got.
Well, Tony, you've seen it. Could you do furring strips and do a pressed tin ceiling with can lights?
I have no idea.
It would just cost.
Yeah, of course it would. But you want to go mid-century? I would go back to the mid-20s and
Well, yeah.
yeah,
I hear you.
And go. I used to have a building that had the pressed ceiling. It really looked cool. And it's expensive. It's expensive.
And that's my whole point. It's
Yeah,
expensive.
I know, but
I'm just trying to be very sensitive.
No, I know.
And then also looking at money.
For audio or for video either.
Yes, Brandon?
Just because I've just completed a renovation on houses, and commercial building like this.
Mhm.
Had the same awful ceiling. To drywall the ceiling here would not be much money.
Yeah.
How much
It's
is,
a good
how much
idea.
is much?
I think I just re-drywalled an entire house. I mean, it's like $700.
So, really, to drywall? I thought it'd be a lot more than that.
I've got good contractors.
We're trying to keep it under Charlie's little number that he's allowed to kind of,
Right.
so we don't have to
Then you would
go out on bid or
do
whatever.
away with the, you know, the drop ceiling, and you'd be able to put the can lighting in.
Mhm.
Can lighting would still be very expensive, probably
Yep.
$200 for all the lights, because the electrical's there.
Mhm.
You could do that.
What about the press tin idea? I know there's faux press tin.
The tin's expensive.
Yeah.
But is there a plastic, well, whatever, we're getting the committee work now, but.
Well, I would love that personally. I
Would it
mean,
keep it warmer?
It would keep it warmer
Yeah.
a little bit, but you have a bad echo in here.
Yeah.
I hear it on YouTube every
yeah,
time
I know.
And so some, even if you did some deco, sound deadening tiles of some sort
Mhm.
on the walls, it would help with the echo.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, you said it's 2,500, right, Charlie?
Right. Rich taught me a term, waive your purchasing policy. So you can waive that if you want to do something. Everything you've proposed will make it aesthetically more pleasing, warm up the feeling, support all of that. What I would like to do is, and this takes time, it will require, I can't get it done for you by next month, but if you give me a little time, I can probably get somebody to come in here and do you an interior layout that doesn't cost you any money, and we can then, I might go to Brandon or somebody else that has contractor connections and price out drywall. The chief complaint I've got is people that do try to watch it on YouTube or aren't very mobile, they can't hear what's going on. And I meant to say at the very beginning of this, y'all notice I'm leaning up and talking into my mic. Y'all have done a great job at that today. Thank you. But if somebody does this, because we're in the 4.5 hours, now we're not hearing what they're doing.
Yeah.
So I would like to go ahead and hit it, and you have a pretty healthy reserve fund, and make this a functional meeting room. The two things you can do to rebuild public trust and to get everybody on board with you is to give them time and space on the agenda. We got to start getting it up a week early, and that's going to cause some other things, new website, new agenda platform, things like that. And this room, when people come in here, they need to feel heard, and the people that are watching it that do pay the taxes need to be able to understand what's going on, because if all 1,500 residents did want to come, there's no feasible way to do it. So all I'm asking for is some time, and we can really make it nice. If you want to move ahead and paint everything and me sign whatever at Ace to buy paint and whatever you'd like to do, I don't have a problem with that.
Can we have staff do paint type stuff? I mean, I'll paint whatever I can do. I mean, I'm not instead of hiring somebody to paint.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm just looking
Yeah.
at the dollars and trying to
We
keep
could
it
probably
really
find some volunteers to paint.
I mean, I'd rather put money into buying new chairs than paying somebody to paint the wall, which is something I can do, you know.
Yeah, well, I've lived with a perfectionist with 2 master's degrees in architecture for over 30 years, and I know that I don't have that skill. She hires it out every
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
I've tried.
I think we can all agree this room was uglier than a mud fence, and I think we got to go from there.
Good, I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
All right.
Saw my pictures look kind of elementary.
Can I give my 2 cents
Yes, sir.
worth? Okay. Since I've been around, we started out with one of those big old VCR cameras back there in the back in the early 90s when we started filming everything, and that tape went to the cable people that everybody got to watch on a certain day and time in the city. And I've gone from wooden chairs that we sat in to what we got today. I personally like those better.
Go
But
back to
that's
the wooden chairs.
But I do think it does need a little spurting up a little bit. I know that the youth room at First Baptist had a drop ceiling for years when they had a daycare in that particular building, and they've taken that all out, and there's wood. There's nice, beautiful wood up there.
kidding, yeah.
I can guarantee you that's not what we got here.
No, right.
But I don't like drop ceilings.
I hate drop ceilings,
I mean,
I
my
love
office that I'm in right now has a drop ceiling all the way through the place. I just was confused about how we're gonna paint every little, I guess a small paintbrush.
Listen, I prefer what Brandon has proposed.
I
If we can
prefer the
afford that,
drywall.
I'm all about that.
Yeah.
That was just a Band-Aid is
If
all
we're
that was
gonna do it, but then on the other hand, if we're gonna look into this building, we were told by the previous manager that there's major problems in the other part of the building. I think that needs to be researched too. If we have electrical problems, that needs to be addressed at the same time when we're looking at something like this.
Well, this building was built in 1964,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
So
and
it's
that's
not
59
energy
years
efficient
ago.
by any stretch.
Yeah, and I think for what we have, we've utilized it very well. And I agree with the letters. When they put them up there, I didn't like them, but it was free.
No,
So
we'll save them, but I want to move on. I think it's time.
I think having a seal and being in different locations of municipalities, there's always a seal behind us. I think that should be. Artwork, but all this other stuff, that's not my territory. I don't care.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I know that we have a certain criteria when we deal with the businesses. We try to hold everybody to the 1920s, to make everything cohesive. And so this building doesn't, but hopefully maybe a new facade or something else in the future. Maybe we can steer towards that as our end goal, because this is definitely, we would try to get a business to change this look. So the city hall should kind of match what we require.
Well, this room could match that. We don't have
Right,
to make it a
well,
whole change.
you gotta start somewhere.
Yeah.
We should fight this building.
It's like I said, it's like I was saying, when I was saying initially, it starts out with the citizens' experience. And I am all about trying to keep things, because we know what could be coming. I don't want to put a lot of money in it. I look at things and what's the best plan for the money overall to get the end experience, right? So to me, it was just those basic things. And I think we can add, it's all about adding the right decor to give the feeling of the vintage feel of the city. It's a 60s building. And I love this wall. I think it's a beautiful wall because of the architecture of it. And it's kind of hidden kind of back there a bit. I just feel like we may or may not decide to accentuate it, but I think there's an opportunity to make it an art piece in a way. And then I love these pictures, but those frames are very dated. They don't really fit, I think. So I think.
They used to have the mayor's pictures up here.
Yeah, so we have, I'm sure we have, we got plenty of wall space to make it feel like, wow, this is kind of nice. I like being here,
But I gotta say.
Hitchcock's got more artwork than we have here in their store.
I've been coming for almost 20 years to, spend a lot.
Well, I think we could all agree it needs to have a,
Chairs.
yeah.
Well, the Heritage Commission has enough photographs of good enough quality.
Oh, I know, yeah.
They can
Listen.
be blown up to 11 by 14.
I got a whole drawer of them, or cabinet of them in the living room, so I know.
I gave one of the local merchants a bunch of pictures, just small ones, and they put them up.
I'm done. Well, I think.
Can I make a suggestion, the next workshop, is maybe we have it in the afternoon, maybe? I
So
know it's good on
do y'all
staff.
want to pick that date right now?
No.
Instead of Monday?
Can we do it on Monday? 'Cause
We'll
I
do it
have
on
to
Monday.
check.
Okay, we can do that. I don't have a problem with that at all. Okay, sorry for running behind. This workshop's adjourned. Thanks for all of your input today. Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah.